In Tamarac, every drop of water tells a story, and I'm here to share it with you. A story that begins with clarity. Tamarac's 2024 Water Quality Report is now available, offering a transparent look at the water that flows through our homes, our neighborhoods, and our daily lives. It's more than information. It's a promise of safety, reliability, and care. But the story continues. Tamarac is transforming the way our community understands and manages water. A citywide upgrade to advanced smart meters is underway, bringing real-time insights, accurate readings, and instant leak alerts to every resident. No cost, no appointments. Just a smarter, more connected way to protect our most essential resource. And with an interactive map, every household can follow the progress and see when their upgrade is coming. And sometimes, our story reaches beyond our borders. After Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica, Tamarac stepped forward with compassion. In partnership with Food for the Poor and Dare to Care, the City Commission coordinated the shipment of nearly 9,000 pounds of donated supplies, food, water, clothing, and hygiene essentials. These contributions, gathered from residents, businesses, and community partners, are now on their way to support families recovering from the storm. It's a powerful reminder that Tamarac's strength lies not only in innovation, but in heart. As Tamarac modernized the United States for 2025, a testament to its leadership in innovation, cybersecurity, and resident-focused digital services. From AI-powered support to cloud upgrades and expanded public Wi-Fi, Tamarac is building a government that works smarter, faster, and more transparently. This is the story of a city evolving, one that values clean water, embraces smart technology, leads with compassion, and stands at the forefront of digital progress. And now, as we step into a new year, Tamarac is kicking off January with a lineup of events that bring our community together. From classic cars and live music to fresh markets and family fun, there's something for everyone. And this month, we also pause to honor a legacy that continues to inspire us all. Join us for an evening celebrating the life, vision, and enduring impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a night filled with spoken word, poetry, music, and live performances that uplift the values of unity, justice, and peace. Let's take a look at what's happening this month. One of this month's standout events is rolling in with chrome, horsepower, and live music. Rock and Ride brings an unforgettable afternoon of antique cars, hot rods, and custom classics. Stroll through rows of polished chrome, enjoy live rock performances, and treat yourself to local food trucks, inflatable rides, and family-friendly entertainment. Event details. Saturday, January 10th, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Tamarac Sports Complex, 9901 Northwest 77th Street. Free for spectators. Vehicle registration details coming soon. A perfect blend of music, motors, and community spirit. January also brings back some of Tamarac's favorite ongoing traditions. The Tamarac Community Farmers Market. Every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. Shop fresh produce, baked goods, teas, sauces, honey, pickles, hummus, and other artisanal treats, all from local makers. Food Truck Fridays. Every second and fourth Friday of the month from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Tamarac Village Amphitheater. Bring your appetite and enjoy food, games, music, and a night out with family and friends. The Walking Club. Join fellow residents for a refreshing morning walk on the second Saturday of each month at 7 a.m. Meet at Tefford Park. No registration required.
Tamarac neighbors. Let's make our city shine together with See, Click, Fix. This easy-to-use online resource allows you to compliment, suggest, and report matters about Tamarac's cleanliness, safety, sustainability, and quality of life with a few simple clicks on your computer or mobile device. Just visit tamarac.gov. Click the Report a Concern icon. Then proceed to the site to map, categorize, and even photograph your areas of focus. City of Tamarac staff are on hand to respond promptly and provide timely status updates. Help preserve our vibrant city. It's at your fingertips.
In Tamarac, every drop of water tells a story, and I'm here to share it with you. A story that begins with clarity. Tamarac's 2024 Water Quality Report is now available, offering a transparent look at the water that flows through our homes, our neighborhoods, and our daily lives. It's more than information. It's a promise of safety, reliability, and care. But the story continues. Tamarac is transforming the way our community understands and manages water. A citywide upgrade to advanced smart meters is underway, bringing real-time insights, accurate readings, and instant leak alerts to every resident. No cost, no appointments. Just a smarter, more connected way to protect our most essential resource. And with an interactive map, every household can follow the progress and see when their upgrade is coming. And sometimes, our story reaches beyond our borders. After Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica, Tamarac stepped forward with compassion. In partnership with Food for the Poor and Dare to Care, the City Commission coordinated the shipment of nearly 9,000 pounds of donated supplies, food, water, clothing, and hygiene essentials. These contributions, gathered from residents, businesses, and community partners, are now on their way to support families recovering from the storm. It's a powerful reminder that Tamarac's strength lies not only in innovation, but in heart. As Tamarac modernizes its infrastructure, the nation is taking notice. The city has been named the #1 digital city in the United States for 2025, a testament to its leadership in innovation, cybersecurity, and resident-focused digital services. From AI-powered support to cloud upgrades and expanded public Wi-Fi, Tamarac is building a government that works smarter, faster, and more transparently. This is the story of a city evolving, one that values clean water, embraces smart technology, leads with compassion, and stands at the forefront of digital progress. And now, as we step into a new year, Tamarac is kicking off January with a lineup of events that bring our community together. From classic cars and live music to fresh markets and family fun, there's something for everyone. And this month, we also pause to honor a legacy that continues to inspire us all. Join us for an evening celebrating the life, vision, and enduring impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a night filled with spoken word, poetry, music, and live performances that uplift the values of unity, justice, and peace. Let's take a look at what's happening this month. One of this month's standout events is rolling in with chrome, horsepower, and live music. Rock and Ride brings an unforgettable afternoon of antique cars, hot rods, and custom classics. Stroll through rows of polished chrome, enjoy live rock performances, and treat yourself to local food trucks, inflatable rides, and family-friendly entertainment. Event details. Saturday, January 10th from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Tamarac Sports Complex, 9901 Northwest 77th Street. Free for spectators. Vehicle registration details coming soon. A perfect blend of music, motors, and community spirit. January also brings back some of Tamarac's favorite ongoing traditions. The Tamarac Community Farmers Market. Every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. Shop fresh produce, baked goods, teas, sauces, honey, pickles, hummus, and other artisanal treats, all from local makers. Food Truck Fridays. Every second and fourth Friday of the month from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Tamarac Village Amphitheater. Bring your appetite and enjoy food, games, music, and a night out with family and friends. The Walking Club. Join fellow residents for a refreshing morning walk on the second Saturday of each month at 7 a.m. Meet at Tefford Park. No registration required.
Tamarac neighbors. Let's make our city shine together with See, Click, Fix. This easy-to-use online resource allows you to complement, suggest, and report matters about Tamarac's cleanliness, safety, sustainability, and quality of life with a few simple clicks on your computer or mobile device. Just visit tamarac.gov. Click the Report a Concern icon. Then proceed to the site to map, categorize, and even photograph your areas of focus. City of Tamarac staff are on hand to respond promptly and provide timely status updates. Help preserve our vibrant city. It's at your fingertips.
In Tamarac, every drop of water tells a story, and I'm here to share it with you. A story that begins with clarity. Tamarac's 2024 Water Quality Report is now available, offering a transparent look at the water that flows through our homes, our neighborhoods, and our daily lives. It's more than information. It's a promise of safety, reliability, and care. But the story continues. Tamarac is transforming the way our community understands and manages water. A citywide upgrade to advanced smart meters is underway, bringing real-time insights, accurate readings, and instant leak alerts to every resident. No cost, no appointments. Just a smarter, more connected way to protect our most essential resource. And with an interactive map, every household can follow the progress and see when their upgrade is coming. And sometimes, our story reaches beyond our borders. After Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica, Tamarac stepped forward with compassion. In partnership with Food for the Poor and Dare to Care, the City Commission coordinated the shipment of nearly 9,000 pounds of donated supplies, food, water, clothing, and hygiene essentials. These contributions, gathered from residents, businesses, and community partners, are now on their way to support families recovering from the storm. It's a powerful reminder that Tamarac's strength lies not only in innovation, but in heart. As Tamarac modernizes its infrastructure, the nation is taking notice. The city has been named the #1 digital city in the United States for 2025, a testament to its leadership in innovation, cybersecurity, and resident-focused digital services. From AI-powered support to cloud upgrades and expanded public Wi-Fi, Tamarac is building a government that works smarter, faster, and more transparently. This is the story of a city evolving, one that values clean water, embraces smart technology, leads with compassion, and stands at the forefront of digital progress. And now, as we step into a new year, Tamarac is kicking off January with a lineup of events that bring our community together. From classic cars and live music to fresh markets and family fun, there's something for everyone. And this month, we also pause to honor a legacy that continues to inspire us all. Join us for an evening celebrating the life, vision, and enduring impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a night filled with spoken word, poetry, music, and live performances that uplift the values of unity, justice, and peace. Let's take a look at what's happening this month. One of this month's standout events is rolling in with chrome, horsepower, and live music. Rock and Ride brings an unforgettable afternoon of antique cars, hot rods, and custom classics. Stroll through rows of polished chrome, enjoy live rock performances, and treat yourself to local food trucks, inflatable rides, and family-friendly entertainment. Event details. Saturday, January 10th from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Tamarac Sports Complex, 9901 Northwest 77th Street. Free for spectators. Vehicle registration details coming soon. A perfect blend of music, motors, and community spirit. January also brings back some of Tamarac's favorite ongoing traditions. The Tamarac Community Farmers Market. Every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. Shop fresh produce, baked goods, teas, sauces, honey, pickles, hummus, and other artisanal treats, all from local makers. Food Truck Fridays. Every second and fourth Friday of the month from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Tamarac Village Amphitheater. Bring your appetite and enjoy food, games, music, and a night out with family and friends. The Walking Club. Join fellow residents for a refreshing morning walk on the second Saturday of each month at 7 a.m. Meet at Tefford Park. No registration required.
Tamarac neighbors. Let's make our city shine together with See, Click, Fix. This easy-to-use online resource allows you to complement, suggest, and report matters about Tamarac's cleanliness, safety, sustainability, and quality of life with a few simple clicks on your computer or mobile device. Just visit tamarac.gov. Click the Report a Concern icon. Then proceed to the site to map, categorize, and even photograph your areas of focus. City of Tamarac staff are on hand to respond promptly and provide timely status updates. Help preserve our vibrant city. It's at your fingertips.
In Tamarac, every drop of water tells a story, and I'm here to share it with you. A story that begins with clarity. Tamarac's 2024 Water Quality Report is now available, offering a transparent look at the water that flows through our homes, our neighborhoods, and our daily lives. It's more than information. It's a promise of safety, reliability, and care. But the story continues. Tamarac is transforming the way our community understands and manages water. A citywide upgrade to advanced smart meters is underway, bringing real-time insights, accurate readings, and instant leak alerts to every resident. No cost, no appointments. Just a smarter, more connected way to protect our most essential resource. And with an interactive map, every household can follow the progress and see when their upgrade is coming. And sometimes, our story reaches beyond our borders. After Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica, Tamarac stepped forward with compassion. In partnership with Food for the Poor and Dare to Care, the City Commission coordinated the shipment of nearly 9,000 pounds of donated supplies: food, water, clothing, and hygiene essentials. These contributions, gathered from residents, businesses, and community partners, are now on their way to support families recovering from the storm. It's a powerful reminder that Tamarac's strength lies not only in innovation, but in heart. As Tamarac modernizes its infrastructure, the nation is taking notice. The city has been named the #1 digital city in the United States for 2025, a testament to its leadership in innovation, cybersecurity, and resident-focused digital services. From AI-powered support to cloud upgrades and expanded public Wi-Fi, Tamarac is building a government that works smarter, faster, and more transparently. This is the story of a city evolving, one that values clean water, embraces smart technology, leads with compassion, and stands at the forefront of digital progress. And now, as we step into a new year, Tamarac is kicking off January with a lineup of events that bring our community together. From classic cars and live music to fresh markets and family fun, there's something for everyone. And this month, we also pause to honor a legacy that continues to inspire us all. Join us for an evening celebrating the life, vision, and enduring impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a night filled with spoken word, poetry, music, and live performances that uplift the values of unity, justice, and peace. Let's take a look at what's happening this month. One of this month's standout events itself to local food trucks, inflatable rides, and family-friendly entertainment. Event details. Saturday, January 10th, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Tamarac Sports Complex, 9901 Northwest 77th Street. Free for spectators. Vehicle registration details coming soon. A perfect blend of music, motors, and community spirit. January also brings back some of Tamarac's favorite ongoing traditions. The Tamarac Community Farmers Market. Every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. Shop fresh produce, baked goods, teas, sauces, honey, pickles, hummus, and other artisanal treats, all from local makers. Food Truck Fridays. Every second and fourth Friday of the month from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Tamarac Village Amphitheater. Bring your appetite and enjoy food, games, music, and a night out with family and friends. The Walking Club. Join fellow residents for a refreshing morning walk on the second Saturday of each month at 7 a.m. Meet at Tefford Park. No registration required.
Tamarac neighbors. Let's make our city shine together with See, Click, Fix. This easy-to-use online resource allows you to compliment, suggest, and report matters about Tamarac's cleanliness, safety, sustainability, and quality of life with a few simple clicks on your computer or mobile device. Just visit tamarac.gov. Click the Report a Concern icon. Then proceed to the site to map, categorize, and even photograph your areas of focus. City of Tamarac staff are on hand to respond promptly and provide timely status updates. Help preserve our vibrant city. It's at your fingertips.
In Tamarac, every drop of water tells a story, and I'm here to share it with you. A story that begins with clarity. Tamarac's 2024 Water Quality Report is now available, offering a transparent look at the water that flows through our homes, our neighborhoods, and our daily lives. It's more than information, it's a promise of safety, reliability, and care. But the story continues. Tamarac is transforming the way our community understands and manages water. A citywide upgrade to advanced smart meters is underway, bringing real-time insights, accurate readings, and instant leak alerts to every resident. No cost, no appointments. Just a smarter, more connected way to protect our most essential resource. And with an interactive map, every household can follow the progress and see when their upgrade is coming. And sometimes, our story reaches beyond our borders. After Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica, Tamarac stepped forward with compassion. In partnership with Food for the Poor and Dare to Care, the City Commission coordinated the shipment of nearly 9,000 pounds of donated supplies, food, water, clothing, and hygiene essentials. These contributions, gathered from residents, businesses, and community partners, are now on their way to support families recovering from the storm. It's a powerful reminder that Tamarac's strength lies not only in innovation, but in heart. As Tamarac modernizes its infrastructure, the nation is taking notice. The city has been named the #1 digital city in the United States for 2025, a testament to its leadership in innovation, cybersecurity, and resident-focused digital services. From AI-powered support to cloud upgrades and expanded public Wi-Fi, Tamarac is building a government that works smarter, faster, and more transparently. This is the story of a city evolving, one that values clean water, embraces smart technology, leads with compassion, and stands at the forefront of digital progress. And now, as we step into a new year, Tamarac is kicking off January with a lineup of events that bring our community together. From classic cars and live music to fresh markets and family fun, there's something for everyone. And this month, we also pause to honor a legacy that continues to inspire us all. Join us for an evening celebrating the life, vision, and enduring impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a night filled with spoken word, poetry, music, and live performances that uplift the values of unity, justice, and peace. Let's take a look at what's happening this month. One of this month's standout events is rolling in with chrome, horsepower, and live music. Rock and Ride brings an unforgettable afternoon of antique cars, hot rods, and custom classics.
You're not going to get yelled at, I promise. Ooh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ready to begin? All right, officially welcoming you to our first meeting of the new year. Happy New Year, everyone. It is currently 7 p.m. on Wednesday, January 4th. And as he races to his feet, we'll then get ready for the call to order first. City Clerk?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Gomez,
Good evening.
Vice Mayor Bolton,
Good evening.
Commissioner Wright,
Good evening.
Commissioner Patterson,
Good evening.
Commissioner Daniel.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Excellent. So Vice Mayor Marlon Bolton will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will have a moment of silence thereafter. City Attorney, I know you have a report tonight.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to report on two items. Recently, in December 2025, the Broward County Commission amend Broward County Ethics Code gift law to make it consistent with the state law. Respect specifically the $25 cap, gift cap with respect to lobbyists, principals of lobbyists, and vendors has been increased to $100 as the cap. With respect to individuals who are not doing business with the city, the cap under the old gift law in Broward County was $50. Currently, under the new law, there's no cap. However, elected officials, city officials are required to disclose any gift with the city clerk if the gift is over $100. So it's consistent with state law requirements. The second item, members of the commission, as you know, JKM Tamarac Village, also known as Tamarac Village, has sued the city for alleged violation of the development agreement between the city and JKM. Initially, the League of City had provide coverage under our insurance policy. Subsequently, they advised myself that the breach contract claim was not covered. However, Johnson and Selmo affirmed that we used in the past would relate to litigation with the Woodmont Country Club. Has been working on the case. I would like to have a motion to retain Johnson and Selmo to continue in this case.
Move it.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor. I'll take a second.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Daniel. I'll open this up for public comments. Is anyone in the audience wishing to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, public comments are now closed. Seeing no discussion by the commission, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wright,
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Now, we are going to have a presentation adopted by property tax proposed legislation for 2026. This will be by our wonderful property appraiser, Marty Kerr. And welcome to the podium.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate it.
You know, they're not here for us, they're here for you.
Oh, you are the best.
I appreciate this very much. It's so good to see everybody here. Marlon, you're always dressed fantastically. And you know what, I have to tell you, I was just very honored that you asked me to come today to be able to talk just quickly about what's occurring. Thank you so much, Crystal, for reaching out to me on it. And I think it's very, very important. Because as you know, whatever the legislature passes this year is going to be by far the most consequential vote they'll ever take on property tax reform. And I think it's just very important to continue to keep the residents updated as to what's happening so they can actually know when they ultimately do go vote in November of 2026 so they can make the best decision possible. And just for the residents and for the folks up here, let me just give you a quick history as to how we've gotten here. Probably about a year ago, some random guy, I believe from North Florida, was very upset with his property taxes. So we tweeted out, property taxes are horrible, we got to get rid of them. And it just so happened that the governor saw that tweet, and the governor retweeted it. And as you know, if the governor retweets something, it definitely starts a big conversation about that issue. And that's been probably the biggest issue that's been spoken about in state government over the past year. After that occurred, the Florida Policy Institute, which is a really important think tank in Tallahassee, is a nonpartisan think tank that really studies issues that the legislature is looking at to find out how they'll impact the people of Florida. They decided to look at the issue. And they said, okay, if we take away all property taxes, commercial, residential, tangible personal property tax, all taxes, what does that mean for the people of Florida? Well, they found out that about $55 billion is collected in local property taxes statewide. And then they said, okay, if you do away with $55 billion, what do you need to replace that so that local governments can still provide the services that they need to do, whether it's schools, police, fire, roads, bridges, all those important things that you all provide for the people of your communities. And they said, well, the sales tax needs to be increased then to at least 12%, probably 13%, maybe even higher to 15 or 16%. Then they decided to do a poll of all the people of Florida that are likely to vote in the November 2026 elections. Because for any property tax reform to pass, it has to go to the ballot and the people have to vote for or against it. And if 60% of the people that are voting vote for it, it actually passes, amends the Constitution, and that's the new law. And they basically asked the people of Florida, do you support doing away with all property taxes and at the same time increasing the sales tax to at least 12%, likely 13%? And overwhelmingly, the people of Florida said no. About 72% of the electorate said it was a bad idea. And all areas of Florida basically said no. All political parties said no. All races said no. People said no. And when they did that, I think it's changed the conversation to where then the people in Tallahassee weren't talking about doing away with all property taxes. They then started talking about homesteaded property taxes only. And so right now, the governor, of course, is advocating to do away with all homestead property taxes. The state Senate has been very, very silent on the matter, so we really don't know where they are. And then the Florida House of Representatives is the one body that's come out with a number of different proposals that have actually went through a number of different committees that we've been really looking at to provide the impact to people. And there's a few of those that are likely going to get it through the Florida House. Now, before I just quickly talk about them, because I think it's very, very important just to let you know what's out there, there is a chance that these may pass. There's also a chance they may not pass. There's a chance there may be a special session afterwards. Right now, we really don't know what the full ballot measure is going to be for some time. But what I wanted to do, if it's okay, and thank you again, Crystal, for inviting me to do this, I just wanted to give you an update as to the proposals right now. And by the way, it's good to see Dr. Keisha. I wanted to give you an idea of where the current proposals are and what may get through, because those are the only actual proposals that have been put forth by the Florida legislature at this time. And he just taught me how to use this, so I may mess it up. Hopefully I don't break your thing. I'm going to fast forward this a little bit, and I'll tell you where we're going to start. We're going to start on page 4. And before I let you know what I did was we looked at all the different proposals that the Florida House is presenting. And we said, okay, if they were in effect for the 2025 tax year, this would be the impact to local government and the savings to the property owner. And what's very important to note about these proposals is they all hold schools harmless. So at the end of the day, people would still pay taxes to schools, and it prohibits local governments from decreasing the amount of funding for law enforcement. And it's also important to note that no implementing bills have been filed by the Florida House of Representatives, and that's really important to note because if there's a constitutional amendment and it passes, an implementing bill basically says, okay, this is how you fix the shortfalls of funding, things of that nature, so we really don't know what they're going to do if any of these get through. And so the first one, which is the biggest one, and that's the one I really wanted to focus on at first for both Broward and then I'll go into Tamarac, is House Joint Resolution 201. And it basically says that there will be no property taxes for any taxing authority except for the school portion of the tax bill. That's what it does. It eliminates all taxes except for the school portion of the tax bill for homesteaded properties. And as you can see, overall, Broward County is a very big place. There are 424,899 homesteaded properties in Broward County. If this were in effect, the average savings for property owner would be about $3,387. The median savings would be about $2,421. The median savings is a much better number to utilize than the average because the average will take into account the $40 and $50 million mansions, all these outsiders, but the median's right in the middle. So that would be the savings for a property owner, which is a big savings. At the same time, you can notice it's a very large revenue loss for the Broward County Commission. Last year, the Broward County Commission levied about $1.8 billion in property taxes. If this were in effect, there would be about a 34.6% decrease in property tax collections, about $624 million. And what's very interesting is they would have to hold harmless the sheriff's office, so they'd have to stay harmless. So that leaves them actually very, very little money to provide all other services to the people of Broward County. The next page is about Tamarac with regard to the same bill. Again, this bill would do away with all property taxes except for the school portion of the tax bill for homesteaded properties. In Tamarac, there are 22,250 homesteaded properties. The median savings for a property owner would be about $1,398. Now, last year, the City of Tamarac levied about $48.5 million in property taxes. If this were in effect for this tax year, Tamarac would have lost about 40.3% of the property taxes that it levies, which is about a $19.5 million loss, which is a pretty significant number. The next page I just wanted to quickly bring up is just an interesting page. And it's interesting because it shows the differences amongst all the different cities. And the way it works is cities with more residential properties, more homesteaded properties are hit much harder than cities that have less residential properties. And there are two cities in there that really show this disparity. The first is Pembroke Park. Pembroke Park has very little homesteaded properties. As a matter of fact, it's almost all mobile home communities. There's very few single-family homes. It's almost all commercial. And as a result of that, they would only see about a 1.3% loss to their revenue. Conversely, Parkland's on the other side of that. Parkland's basically a bedroom community. It has very little commercial. It's almost all residential, almost all homesteaded, and they lose about 75% of the property taxes that they collect, which is a pretty significant number. And when you see a city like Parkland, if you have to hold public safety harmless, there just isn't enough money there to be able to do it if they lost all their property taxes. So that's a very interesting number that I thought I'd share with y'all. The next one I wanted to bring up is the other one that is also has a good chance of getting through, and this is to help seniors. And what this basically does, it says if you're 65 and over, you would pay no property taxes to any taxing authority except for the school portion of the tax bill. And again, just like the other one, it holds police harmless. And in Broward County, there are 163,590 homesteaded properties. If this were in effect, the average savings would be $2,260. The median savings would be about $1,128. Now again, Broward County last year levied about $1.8 billion in property taxes. If this were in effect, they'd have about a 9% decrease in their property taxes to about $161 million. This one is not nearly as impactful overall as the first one. The next page I wanted to bring you to is another one that has a this is for Tamarac, I'm sorry. This is that House Joint Resolution 205 as it pertains to Tamarac. Again, if you're over 65 years of age, this would apply to you. There are 10,605 homesteaded properties in Tamarac that are for seniors. Out of those, the average savings for a senior would be about $939. The median savings would be about $389. If this were in effect, you can see Tamarac would see about a 9.8% decrease in the property taxes. It collects about $4,700,000. The next couple pages are just shows where all the different cities are in Broward County. And then the page number 12 is one that has a real chance of actually making it over to the Florida Senate because it went through many committees, and my understanding is probably going to be set for the House floor over the next week or two. And this one basically says if you have multi-peril homeowners insurance, you'll get a $200,000 additional exemption on your property on top of the $50,000 homestead exemption you currently get. And again, in Broward County, there are 424,000. Oh, and I have to tell you, this one was very hard to fully quantify because the only person in Broward County that I know that has homeowner insurance is me. I don't know if anybody else does, so you have no idea who has it. So when we looked at these numbers, we had to assume that every single homeowner in Broward County has property insurance. So this number would be a little bit differently, but if you assume that, these are the numbers we came up with. There are 424,899 homesteaded properties. The average savings would be about $1,830, and the median savings is actually a little bit more, $2,217. But you'll notice Broward County would see about an 18.3% decrease in the amount that it collects, about $329 million. The next one, the next page actually pertains, of course, to Tamarac. And in Tamarac, again, you have 22,250 homesteaded properties. The average savings for a property owner, if this were in effect, would be $1,515, and the median savings is $1,398. You would see about a 33.3% decrease in the amount of revenue that you collect if this were in effect, and if you assume that every property owner has homeowners insurance. Again, the next couple pages are just where all the different cities are, and I'm just about done. I appreciate so much y'all having me today. The last one is a very interesting one that pertains to portability. Portability, as you know, is so important. It gives people the opportunity to move from one home into another home and not be taxed out of that home. And here's the way it works. When you buy your home, you file for homestead. And when you did that, the Save Our Homes Assessment Clause of the Florida Constitution kicked into place that said that every year thereafter, the value you're taxed on cannot go up more than a maximum of 3%. So over time, your market value gets high, your assessed value stays low because of that cap. You have all this value you don't pay taxes on. If you now decide you want to move to any other home anywhere else in the state of Florida and make that your new homestead, and it's a home of equal or greater value, you take whatever difference that is with you between your market and your assessed value to your new home, and you don't pay taxes on it, up to $500,000. If you buy a home of lower value, take a percentage of it, and you can save a lot of money in your taxes. Well, what this does, it gets rid of the cap. It basically says that there's no longer a $500,000 cap. So if you've accumulated $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, $1 million in property value you don't pay taxes on, you can move that. And it also says there's no limitation as to whether you move it up or down. So let's say, for example, you have $1 million in property value you don't pay taxes on, and now you want to go down and buy a home of $500,000, you basically be exempt from property tax because you move the whole thing down. What we did is I wanted to see basically, okay, how many people in Broward County had more than $500,000 of value that moved their port last year, and we found out, as you can see, that about 317 people had excess of $500,000. It saved the average homeowner about $463, and it's been a very nominal decrease for the county, about a 0.1% decrease. And I also ran it for Tamarac as well. And as you can see, there weren't any properties that had more than $500,000 of value. The reason you see a slight decrease of $43,000 is that because there were a few people that moved their portability downward that would have, where they could have taken the whole thing. And those are really, right now, the only proposals that have been really put out there that have just any chance of getting through because, again, the Senate hasn't done anything and they've been very quiet, and the governor hasn't come out with his specific plans. So I wanted to bring those up to you. Thank you again so much, Commissioner Patterson, for inviting me and for asking me to come out today. And I just appreciate you all allowing me and giving me the opportunity to talk about this because I said before, at the end of the day, this will be the most consequential vote that any legislator will take. And at the end of the day, whatever makes it to the ballot, it'll be probably the most consequential vote that the people of Florida will ever make because it can change drastically how you all and everybody does things and the services provided to people. With that said, thank you for having me, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate it. Definitely. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I know I have questions. I'm sure others do too. I'm not sure if this is the actual forum for it tonight, because we might be here past midnight. So, as Professor Brown, did you have Professor Brown?
I did.
Yes. What do you say all the time? Nothing is safe when the legislature's in session?
You're right. Yeah. You know what? Every time I see Professor Brown at Panera, I'm still scared. You know,
he has that effect.
Absolutely.
Great professor, but.
Well, you know what I say as well is when I was in the Florida legislature, I couldn't wait for session to end. When I got elected to local government, I couldn't wait for it to start. When I got elected to local government, I couldn't wait for it to end. So it's
exactly.
It is. But thank you, Madam Mayor. So would you like me to sit down or?
Go Colleagues, do you have some questions that you want to ask? No?
No, actually, I don't have any questions, Mayor, but I do want to just thank the property appraiser. Thank you, Marty, for coming out. I've spoken to him several times on this issue. I did attend a couple of meetings and briefings referenced the matter, and I think it's important that while it's not on the ballot yet and we're not faced with this issue, that the commission is informed, educated, and the community is well aware of what is looming in Tallahassee. I think it's critical as decision makers that these conversations are transparent and accessible. Knowledge is power, I think, at this point. So thank you.
No, and thank you. And I really hope that the rest of our 31 cities follow you all's lead and really trying to educate everybody on this matter and themselves, because again, it's very consequential and it's exceptionally important. So thank you all so much for taking the time to allow me to come out today.
And thank you, because we know you advocate and you're trying to do the best for our county as well,
Yes.
and along with the other appraisers in the state. Because I was at a meeting the other day with a bunch of people who are very nervous, and we have people who are non-homestead who are very nervous about how things are going to be afforded. And the property insurance item is a big question, because when you have our seniors who say, I've paid off my mortgage, I burnt my mortgage, I'm done, they don't have insurance.
Yeah.
And with the insurance market the way we currently have it, it's not better yet, and that'll cause a whole other hullabaloo. So I hope when decisions are being made up north, as I like to call it, that they actually are not just thinking about this one item, and they take it all the way down the line of all the other things that it's going to affect. I know you'll be advocating, your whole team advocates, we're all going to do the best we can to advocate as well, but appreciate you continuing to give us information. And I know once whatever decision's actually made, you know we're having you back, right? You know that there'll be plenty of meetings where you'll be coming, the whole team will be coming to answer questions for our residents, so they can be educated, so when they go to the ballot box, they know what they're doing.
Absolutely. And if I could just say this, and I appreciate so much, Madam Mayor, something that I feel very encouraged about. So far, I've had a lot of conversations with people on both sides of the aisle up in Tallahassee, both in the Senate and the House. And what I've got from most people, there are some outliers, but what I got from most people is they were just reasonable. And people will say to me, you know, Marty, I want to figure out a way to give property tax relief, but in a way that doesn't diminish the services that local government provides. And I think that's on most people's mindsets, which I think is very, very important. There's a lot of rhetoric out there, but there's also a lot of reasonable people up there as well. And that's what I'm kind of banking on. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Excellent, thank you. You can go sit, but we're going to all go to the well, and then you and your team will be coming back. So excuse us. All right, this first proclamation is being given to the Broward County Property Appraiser CAP team. So I don't know if you all want to sit and I read, or you all want to join us, you can, whatever you're comfortable doing. Please. All right, come on up. Where's your team? We don't bite, I promise. Well, maybe I do.
Thank you, Michelle.
My hand's frozen. Yeah. Hi, good to see you. Sorry, my hands are so full. Good. Good. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. And why don't we have some of you balance us out? We're a little uneven.
I get kisses.
Balance out. Do you?
The acceptor.
No? Got a lot of words. I didn't have my Red Bull tonight, so I'll. Absolutely a pleasure. So this proclamation was requested by myself. Whereas the Broward County Property Appraiser's mission is to provide fair and accurate property assessments, ensure residents receive all eligible tax-saving exemptions, maintain public records, combat homestead and deed fraud, and promote transparency, all while educating the public on the appraisal process and maintaining public trust through accountability. Whereas Marty Kerr, a lifelong Broward County resident, took office as the Broward County Property Appraiser on January 3, 2017, and oversees 757,965 parcels in Broward County that have a market value of billion. Sorry, I knew I was going to have trouble on that one. 482,481,629. Oh, well, do you want to read that number?
It's a big number. Let's see. Actually, you know what?
It's a big print.
It is. Broward County has more people than 13 states, the District of Columbia, and all U.S. territories except Puerto Rico. And in our county, we have $482.4 billion of value of property, which is actually more than most states, which is really interesting.
Excellent. So I thank you for doing that. And actually, so instead on the ballot, I think we should be putting us to succeed and just make us our own state. Anyway, I probably just stepped on a really big third rail there. So anyway, very blue. It's our jobs he takes very seriously. Okay. Whereas in March 2021, Marty empowered Broward County Property Appraiser staff to develop a program to help fight fraud in our county, Owner Alert, a mechanism to alert registered property owners if there has been a change in ownership process. At the end of 2025, over 306,000 people have registered for Owner Alert, with over 266,000 owner notifications were sent to property owners. That's a lot. That's a lot. Whereas after implementing Owner Alert, Broward County Property Appraisers Crime Against Property CAP unit was created through interlocal agreements with Broward Sheriff's Office, the Broward State Attorney's Office, to address the growing problem of deed fraud and to protect property owners throughout Broward County. And whereas the CAP unit is a multi-jurisdictional task force comprised of a supervisor, 4 Broward County Property Appraiser investigators, 2 detectives from the Broward County Sheriff's Office, 1 economic crimes detective from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, and 1 special agent from Florida Department of Law. Thank you. FDLE, and 1 administrative analyst, many of whom are former law enforcement professionals. Whereas since its inception in 2022, the CAP unit has investigated fraudulent activity in approximately 540 properties countywide, including 27 in the City of Tamarac, right? Their efforts resulted in 52 arrests and an unprecedented 100% conviction rate. The CAP unit's successful efforts have protected countless residents, prevented the theft of millions of dollars in real estate, and secured approximately $680,000 in restitution for victims through the court system. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, very proud mayor of the City of Tamarac, on behalf of this commission, do hereby encourage all residents to register for Owner Alert through Broward County Property Appraiser's Office, thank and commend Broward County Property Appraiser Marty Kerr, the CAP team, and everyone at the BCPA office, and all of the rest of the team for their hard work, dedication, and diligence in fighting fraud and protecting property owners, and hereby proclaim January 14 in 2026 in the City of Tamarac as Broward County Property Appraiser CAP Unit Day.
Can I say a couple words?
Say a couple words.
Oh.
Anybody on the team that wants to sing?
I promise I'll be fast. You know I love microphones. I can't help it. Oh, hey, Charlotte. How are you? So I want to tell you, this is really just so wonderful and is so thoughtful. And I'm so proud of everybody over here. You all know this. Law enforcement is just fantastic, and these folks work hard every single day to crack down on fraud, to protect the public. I just love each and every one of them. They are awesome. And let me just tell you how important their job is. You know, as I said before, Broward County is a big place, and we have a lot of vulnerable people here. And about 70% of our victims are seniors. People will target people, they'll steal their properties, they'll take mortgages out, they'll really hurt them. And they don't just take their property, sometimes they take their life savings. They do all kinds of terrible things to them. And let me just give you 2 quick examples of 2 arrests and convictions we had in Tamarac that really just kind of show how bad these people are. There's one case which recently we got the conviction where this guy actually called our office. And he basically said, you know what, my 96-year-old grandfather, he just passed away. How do I get the property in my name? And this guy, and somebody in our office said, well, we have to see a will that's been probated that's in your name and a deed that it's in your name. And he goes, oh, I'll get you it tomorrow. So the next day, he actually sent us a fake will and a fake deed. And you knew it was fake right off the top because where the notary was supposed to say County of Broward, to say County of Florida, things of that nature. So we sent it to this awesome team right here. And what we found was that this guy was squatting in the home, and he was actually able to find a legitimate buyer for that property. And he was using the documents he actually provided to our office to sell the property. But it just so happened we also know who the lawyer was that was going to handle the closing for the legitimate buyer. And so two awesome guys right here. This is Joe, who is a member of the Broward Sheriff's Office, and Rob Fike. I think Rob was there as well. They decided to go undercover in the lawyer's office to catch this guy when he did it. So they go in there. I think maybe Joe was pretending he was a cop, he was like a secretary, and I think Rob wanted to be a paralegal. And so they're in there. They're all happy, and this guy signs the document. And when they do that, they arrested him. But after they arrested him, they searched his car. And when they searched his car, they found a treasure trove of information about how he was trying to defraud the Broward County public. They found the identities of 52 Broward County residents, their credit card information, their PIN numbers, their tax return information, their social security numbers. They even found a checkbook that this guy had that looked like a very legitimate checkbook drawn on a very prominent Broward County business where he was cashing those checks pretending he was an employee. Fortunately, he was arrested and he was convicted. And I think the other day he was given 7 years in prison, which I'm very, very happy about, and followed by 8 years probation. And the other one I wanted to quickly talk about was a guy that was kind of caught through our Owner Alert program. Basically, he called up to try to sign up for Owner Alert, and he had the really unfortunate experience of talking to one of the best guys alive, this guy right here, Ron Cacciatore. Ron runs our department, and he basically says to Ron, hey, I want to sign up for Owner Alert. And Ron's thinking, he's like, something's very weird here. So he looked into it. And it turned out that what the guy did was he found a senior who had passed away in Tamarac, and he stole the property. He filed a fake deed on it, did all kinds of terrible things, and he was actually trying to sign up for Owner Alert so he could be alerted if somebody stole the property he stole. And he was arrested, and he actually decided to go to a jury trial. And he goes to the jury trial, and he's found guilty unanimously by the jury. And then when he was done, he walked up to the judge. He's a great judge. His name's Judge Odom. If you've never met him before, he's a fantastic guy. Is he for Tamarac resident? Oh, he's a Tamarac resident. And he goes up to Judge Odom and he goes, you know, Judge, I was just convicted. When do I come back for my sentencing hearing? And Judge Odom goes, well, you have about 30 seconds. As a matter of fact, you don't have that, and gave him 15 years. And I was very happy about that, because the people that do this target our most vulnerable people. They hurt people, and so our goal is to hold them all accountable. I also want to thank you, Madam Mayor, because the reason we've been so successful and the reason our Owner Alert program has been so successful is because of the great partnerships that we have. I mean, my friend Greg Tony has been such a fantastic partner, Harold Pryor, the County Commission, and the City of Tamarac, and all 31 cities, because the way we're able to protect the public and catch these people is because we all work together. With that said, thank you so much for having us today. You all are awesome. This means so much to us. I'm going to put it on Facebook and on my wall, which is great. So thank you.
Awesome. I know you have some other team members that are just sitting there. Come on up. You're legal. You keep them all in line. Come on up. Come on. You want me to sit? This next proclamation is CRNA Week, and it was requested by myself, and I'm happy to present it to Dr. Lori Tolson from Barry's Nurse Anesthesia. Come on up. Your husband can come up too, or is he your photographer?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll get him later. Good night. Be safe. Whereas, certified registered nurse anesthesists, oh, I would pick the ones I can't say, anesthetists, CRNAs, are advanced practice registered nurses providing anesthesia care to patients in the United States for more than 150 years, and CRNAs are among the nation's most trusted profession. Whereas legislation passed by Congress in 1986 made nurse anesthetists, I've had plenty of you help me out, I just don't usually say the word, an anesthesiologist, first nursing specialty to be accorded direct reimbursement rights by Medicare. And whereas CRNAs are primarily anesthesia providers in rural communities and continue to be the primary providers of anesthesia care to U.S. military personnel. Whereas CRNAs practice in every setting which anesthesia is delivered, from traditional hospital surgical sites and obstetrical delivery rooms to critical access hospitals, from ambulatory surgical centers to the offices of dentists, podiatrists, ophthalmologists, pain managers, specialists, and more. Whereas CRNAs are qualified to make independent judgments regarding all aspects of anesthesia care based on their education, training, and licensure. And whereas CRNAs are trusted anesthesia experts caring for patients safely and compassionately, delivering specialized, cost-effective care to all patients, from newborns to seniors, for every type of procedure in all types of facilities. And whereas CRNA's experience in critical care nursing, in addition to anesthesia care, provides the training and education to address the unique healthcare challenges of some of our sickest patients, including our veterans. Whereas the period of January 18 through 24, 2026, has been designated as National CRNA Week. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, very proud mayor of the City of Tamarac, Broward County, Florida, along with the city commissioners, join in celebrating and recognizing the wonderful and caring certified registered nurse anesthetists, I'm so sorry, especially during the week of January 18 through 24, 2026, and we celebrate this wonderful week with you, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate being here. Thank you so much for the proclamation on behalf of all Florida nurses, nurse anesthetists, especially all of the becoming nurse anesthetists that I train at Barry University, over 200 nurse anesthetists that are currently in our program training every day for their advanced degree in nursing after many, many years of ICU experience and undergraduate experience. We are very proud to be a part of your community, providing daily very experienced care. If you are undergoing any anesthesia providers, it is likely a nurse anesthetist that is providing your care. They may not be as prominent as your surgeon or other providers because we usually work behind the drapes. But believe me, we are your advocates when you are sleeping. We advocate for when you're cold, when you're in pain, and when you are not able to speak up for yourself. We advocate for you before, during, and after. So thank you very much for this opportunity to come forward today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Come take a photo. You want your husband to be in a photo with us? No? Okay. This next proclamation is Human Trafficking Awareness, and it will be presented to Jamaro Poitier, President of the Human Broward Human Trafficking Coalition, and Tabitha Bush, the Vice President of the Broward Human Trafficking Coalition. Are they here tonight? I guess they did not make it tonight. So the proclamation is on the screen. Everyone wants to take a quick read, please do so. And we will now move on to our Arbor Day proclamation requested by Mustafa Ablasam, our Public Services Director. Thank you. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska and is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide a habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable source of giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property value, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community and are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the City of Tamarac has been recognized as Tree City USA for the past 31 years by the National Arbor Day Foundation, and Tamarac desires to continue its tree planting program. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, very proud mayor of the City of Tamarac, along with this commission, do hereby proclaim January 16, 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Tamarac. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, for recognizing January 16th as the proclamation for National Arbor Day for the city. It is very important for us all to enhance our communities and continue the viral role of making our city greener. And it's been a very successful year, and we are celebrating the 31st years and here to continue our community to be greener. And of course, with the addition of the community development directors that came to our team, he is a certified arborist. By far, we'll look forward in making the city better and enhance the aesthetics of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. As you know, 9 years, big impact. Mustafa is leaving. This is his last commission meeting. And so we wanted to recognize him with a proclamation and an award. When I looked at the award, it's so pretty. It encouraged people to, to leave. So I'll let you have this, and so I can read the proclamation, Mustafa.
Don't open it in front of people then. No. Because no one else is allowed to go.
It's very pretty, by the way. This is requested by me, and whereas Mustafa began his career with the City of Tamarac in 2017 as city engineer, bringing strong technical expertise and a commitment to public service. And whereas throughout 9 years of service, Mustafa provided leadership for complex public infrastructure and capital improvement initiatives, including roadway drainage, stormwater utilities, and water and wastewater systems, while ensuring compliance with local, state, and federal requirements. Whereas through his leadership, Mustafa strengthened engineering and public services operations by coordinating multidisciplinary teams, consultants, and contractors, improving project delivery accountability and organizational effectiveness. Whereas Mustafa's leadership and continued contributions resulted in his promotion to Assistant Director of Public Services in August 2024, and his subsequent appointment as Director of Public Services in December 2024. And whereas Mustafa's service and leadership have earned the appreciation of the mayor and the city commission and the city staff, who recognize his professionalism, dedication to public service, and lasting impact on the city of Tamarac and its operations. Now, therefore, you, Michelle Gomez, Mayor of the City of Tamarac, Broward County, Florida, on behalf of the City Commission, hereby proclaim January 14, 2026 as Mustafa Al-Bassam Day in the City of Tamarac, and express our sincere appreciation to Mustafa for his dedicated years of service, distinguished leadership, and meaningful contributions to the city and its residents, and commend him as he embarks on his next professional chapter. So, Mustafa, I just want to add that we truly appreciate your short tenure here in Tamarac with a big impact, and we're definitely going to miss you. Mustafa is intimately familiar with every corner of the city, every project that's happening in the city, and he's going to leave behind big shoes to fill. And so we appreciate everything that you've done, and we wish you and your family well in the next chapter of your life. Thank you.
It's an honor to serve the city and the residents for the past 9 years. It's been really career rewarding here. Actually, before working for the City of Tamarac, I was a consultant to the City of Tamarac for many years before that. So, many of the projects I've left behind, the first buffer wall in the city, I'm the one who designed it back in 2014. So there's a lot of projects that I look behind it, we're very proud of to have done here in the City of Tamarac. Again, thank you very much. It's an honor to serve the city and the residents, and our great people here in the city. I'm sure the city will continue to run in a great service be provided by the Public Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up is Captain Franks, who will provide us our BSO monthly update, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and the citizens of the beautiful city of Tamarac. We're here to talk about December of 2025, the last month of 2025. So 2025 was an interesting year, but the one thing I'd like to talk about that is it was a productive year for law enforcement, not for the criminals. So during 2025, and I know we could talk about the month for itself, but I kind of like to touch a little bit onto the year to date of 2025 as a whole. And the one nice thing is we went down 8% in crime, which is considerable considering a lot of the crimes that were occurring and the big areas that we've touched. We've brought down auto theft, the burglaries and the conveyances, the larcenies, which are a huge impact on the businesses and the homeowners here in the city of Tamarac. So, and another thing we'd like to talk about is the clearance rate. And clearance rate basically kind of goes into what the detectives, when they do their cases, we've almost increased from almost 100% on the increase. I think it's on the next page there. Scroll down. Is it down? Where's it up? Might be up. But the clearance rates now went from about 9% for 2024 up to almost 17% for 2025. That means that many more cases are being cleared by the detectives. And I know that I have a new unit of detectives who are out there just clearing those cases and knocking it out the park and all that stuff that they're doing. You can change the next one. This is for December of 2025. We had a total of 93 cases. And this basically talks about each one of the zones that the cases were in and our hotspots. So, and I want to talk a little bit about where we have the hotspots. If you go down to the last slide or that one, thank you. When we look at these right here, these are the areas where you see the circles where we have a lot of the crimes that are occurring. And this has to do with vehicle burglars and things like that. And what we ask the residents is to kind of help us on this. So we ask for them to see something, say something. And on top of it, please, one of the biggest problems we have for like burglary vehicles and things like that is not locking your vehicles. So I definitely need the citizens to lock their vehicles and the visitors that come here to Tamarac. Lock your vehicles. It keeps the criminals from being able just to go into those cars, and they take coins, sunglasses, but sometimes they take other items of higher value. So in those areas, those are one of the things that we've located, and a lot of it is preventable crime that we'd love for the public to help out at. Next page. Now, this one I want to kind of precursor. So for the year, you can see the amount of citations that we gave throughout the year. So for the total, for 2025, we gave out 12,205 tickets, citations. Well, that's great. And the citations are not just there for as a revenue or anything like that. That's kind of a misconception. They're there for education. They're there to educate the drivers. But here in the city of Tamarac, it's still constantly, we get complaints of speeders, we get complaints of parking violations, complaints of people running stop signs. So one of the things the district has now instituted is a new traffic unit, who his only job is to go out there and issue citations and be there proactively. And I'd like to introduce him. Deputy Manera. You don't get to stand up there, you get to come up here. Deputy Manera has been 9 years with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, has served a very distinguished career, and has been here in the city of Tamarac for 2 years. While he was out on the road, he was issuing the most citations of anybody that was out there. And when we came up with this position, he was the first one to put his interest in for the position. He went through an extremely grueling interview process with myself and the executive officer, but he came out on top and proved that he not only has the desire to, but the heart to go out there and do it. And so he's already started out there, and he's everywhere writing those citations, going after the parking violations, coming up with new and innovative ways to go out there and try to enforce traffic, and not only write tickets, but also educate the public. So I wanted to introduce him. And I did tell him one thing. He is going to be the most loved person by a lot of people here in Tamarac, but he is going to be the most hated person here in the city of Tamarac. And he understood that, and he was excited to go out there and do it. So I just wanted to come up here and introduce him. So let's hope this is where we meet them and not other places. So thank you so much, Deputy Manera. And I want to talk about a couple other things that we had this year. Just a couple of notable cases that really, I'll make this quick. One of our detectives got a case back in November, basically saying that there was a female motorist and her 14-year-old niece were in a car over in University. And during that incident, there was a road rage that occurred between the vehicles. So the detective was able to go out, identify who the other person was that pulled the firearm. And he went out, identified him, was able to get a photo lineup, identify the person who did it, and issue an arrest warrant, and that person was arrested. Not only was this person out there brandishing a firearm to a person with a 14-year-old in the car, he's a 17-time convicted felon. So this person was out there threatening people with a firearm. So the detective took it to the next level. He now presented it to the federal government, and now he's facing charges federally as well as in the state. So detective did a phenomenal job and got a felon off the road that has a firearm. Then I had another one that started with a deputy making a traffic stop. Of course, out there doing that traffic. When she stopped the car, she ended up fining him for traffic violations, but just, brought him to the station, said something wasn't right. We got the car to the station, brought in our drug detection canine out there. When they did the car, there was alerted on the car, and when they searched it, they find a large amount of narcotics in the car and $15,000 in cash from illegal proceeds from narcotics. So these are just a couple of things that the detectives and the deputies are out there doing every day, and I can't say how amazing that they all are. So I'm looking forward to 2026 being very positive for law enforcement and in the cooperation with the city. And for those who don't know, we will be out there with Commissioner Patterson on Saturday. Yes, I'm putting the bike helmet on and everything else, and we'll be out there on your ride on Saturday. So we look forward to seeing all the residents out there with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and excellent work, you and the team. All right, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a few items this evening. The first one is City of Tamarac is proud to be recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association with the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024. This honor marks Tamarac's 37th consecutive year receiving this prestigious award, reflecting our continued commitment to transparency, accountability, and excellence in financial reporting. I appreciate this and want to congratulate the entire staff that contribute to this and recognize financial services and everybody else that contribute to this, to receiving this award. So thank you all so much. As we say goodbye to one of our directors, we're also here to say welcome to Kent Valia. He's our Community Development Director. And please join me in welcoming Kent, the Tamarac's new Director of Community Development. Kent brings over 17 years of combined public and private sector experience with expertise in construction, design, land use, long-range planning, zoning, sustainability, resiliency, and transportation planning. You name the certification, he's got it. Any certification you can think of, Kent has it. He also holds numerous professional certifications and is currently pursuing a PhD in transportation and environmental engineering at Florida Atlantic University. We're extremely excited to have Kent on board and look forward to his leadership as he helps shape Tamarac's future. Welcome aboard, Kent. It's natural in Tamarac for some of these changes in the staffing. As we say goodbye to Mustafa, we also have some very long-time employees in public services saying or said goodbye as well. We had Brian London, after 36 years of service in the city of Tamarac, retired this week or last week? Last week. And we have also Tom Reelan, after 20 years, right? 29 years, oh my goodness. He's retiring shortly next week. And so we want to wish them well. We want to thank them for their service to the city of Tamarac and our residents. And we truly want to wish them well in their retirement and say goodbye. So next, I'm really excited to share the results of Tamarac's Neighborhood Holiday Lights Contest. This year, we had 17 beautifully decorated entries and thousands of votes from our community, which truly shows the pride and holiday spirit of our residents. After an incredible response, we're so proud to announce our 3 winners. Michael Applegate, Liz Smith, and Jason Johnson. Are they here this evening? Okay, no. All right. Well, we want to thank everyone who participated, voted, and helped make this contest such a festive success for our city. And we're looking forward to a much bigger participation next year during the holidays. I do encourage everyone to check out the city's events calendar. So there's a QR code, or just go to the city's website and you can see full list of events and commissioner initiatives, what's happening around town on this calendar. And I also want to plug in Tamarac TV, tamaractv.org. This is where we have a lot of programming. So I know it's not advertised much, but we do encourage everyone to go out there and check it out if you're looking for past meetings and other useful information. It's a great place to find good information. And all city facilities will be closed on Monday, January 19, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We also invite you to join us on Friday, January 16, at the Tamarac Community Center for Rhythm of a Dream, the Martin Luther King Jr. Performing Arts Celebration. We look forward to your participation as we honor Dr. King's legacy. And the next commission meeting, due to legislative meetings in Tallahassee, it will be on January 29, 2026, 9:30 a.m. So we're looking forward to seeing you there, and that concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will now go to public participation, and the rules of the road are going to be above me any minute now. And while we were very happy with the commendations and everything that was said prior to, if you're happy about something here, we just kind of do happy hands. If we're not happy about what somebody's saying, kind of just do this, because we don't want anybody to be intimidated or feel what they get to say up their mic for 3 minutes should not be said. Everybody has a right to their opinions. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name. If you don't want to give your address, please say the city or that you live in or work in, and you cannot share minutes. So basically, I think I've covered it. It's been a little while since I've last said them myself, so we shall now go on the list, and if there's somebody not on the list who wishes to speak, we'll ask you at that time. Jeffrey Shapiro. And I have a Dudley here. Sorry. You want to speak? You'll go next? Okay. So Ms. Dudley will be after Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Shapiro, The Woodlands, Section 8. Well, I hope everybody had good holiday and a good New Year's. And now we're welcoming in a new year for the city. So let's see how well everybody can get along. Anyway, I don't have anything really, derogative to say, but within the Woodlands community itself, progress has started to be made by 13th Floor. And I've had a few of my neighbors within Section 8 questioning, and so they come to me and they assume I have the answers, and a lot of the questions it's pretty logical for me to answer. I don't have to go calling 13th Floor to ask them. So they got all their permits for removing what trees are gonna impede their development, and the selection of which ones stayed. They've marked them off very well, so I gotta commend them on that. They've also taken out what they needed to take out in most of the areas pretty fast and efficiently, and cleaned up the areas pretty much within 3 days. So I think that's pretty remarkable. Some of the comments that I had from my neighbors were, well, who are those people on there? Nobody's allowed to be there. Why aren't they wearing 13th Floor uniforms? I explained to these homeowners, they're subcontractors. They don't have to wear a uniform, okay? And they're there because they've been hired to do a certain project for the developer, and we don't own the land, there's nothing you can say about it, and that's it. So they recently installed a sign right off the circle when you come in, a huge sign. And it clearly says no construction vehicles should pass through this way. I don't know if they started construction on the construction entrance yet, but they're letting everybody know that any of their subcontractors coming in, they shouldn't be with huge trucks, shouldn't be coming in that way. So that's all well and good. So what I see so far, I'm very pleased with, and any other residents of our community, you know, we don't own the land, we don't control it, we don't control how fast they build it, okay? They did pull all the proper permits, so.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
You're welcome.
As Ms. Dudley comes down, we have Gary Gray, who'll be on deck.
Good evening. My name is Gwendolyn Dudley, and I live in the city of Fort Lauderdale. My grandchildren attend school in Tamarac at Challenger and Millennium. I drive daily from I-95 and Broad Boulevard to Commercial Boulevard and 94th Avenue or Street to pick up my grandson. He's in 3rd grade. The first week of school, I started contacting people because Commercial Boulevard is dangerous, and a lot of children are walking across that street, whether they're going to Wawa, whether they are going home, doesn't matter. It's dangerous. And my grandson lives and my granddaughter, they live in Sonoma 1, which is right past the Wawa. It's very alarming. It's very concerning to me. I've talked to people at the Broward Schools District Office. I've talked to people here in your area. I've talked with people in the city of Sunrise. I've talked with BSO in Sunrise, BSO in Tamarac. This is a new year. Nothing. I don't have a crossing guard there, and trust me, after 31 years as an educator in Broward Schools, I don't want to be a crossing guard. But it's important that we have someone. A lot of grandparents are walking their kids across that street. If they don't move fast enough, they're going to be smushed like a pancake. So I'm asking if there's anything you can do to help get us a crossing guard there. And I know that the principal has made some efforts, but I too want to see something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dudley. There is progress underfoot. So City Manager will share more if he can.
If I may provide some update, Ms. Dudley, thank you for bringing this to our attention. For sure, we have a lot of people involved in that conversation. Our chief, Sunrise Police Department, Sunrise city manager's office, and so we're imminently close to having crossing guards on both sides of commercial on 94.
Much. Thank you. All right, as Gary Gray is coming up, I have Blair and Shirley Shell. Will you be speaking together? No, you're speaking at all? Okay, you can if you want to. Okay, then Mark Goggin is next. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Gomez and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before you. We have a new year, and I'm hoping that some of the past behaviors that I've seen are not repeated. Commissioners have to represent this city to the best that they can. You're a public figure. You need to behave as a good public figure should. Fortunately, tonight we haven't seen any disruptions like I've seen at past meetings, and I'd really like that to continue. We don't need it. The citizens don't need it. We don't deserve it. And we appreciate all that you guys do, because we can't do it. We have to rely on those people that we vote into office to do it for us. That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Gomez, name and address
actually,
for the record, please.
Mr. Gray, yes. Needed you to put your name and your location, please. I have it here, but sorry.
I'm sorry, I forgot to do that. Gary Gray, and I live in Isles of Tamarac.
Thank you. So Mark Goggin is coming up. Is there anyone else who wished to speak? Patty Lynn, anyone after Patty Lynn that wished to speak that didn't sign up? Then Patty Lynn will be the last speaker of the night.
Good evening. Happy New Year to everyone. My name is Mark Goggin over at Tamarac Lake South. I'd like to begin similar to what the previous gentleman talked about, is welcome to 2026. We're hoping this is going to be a good year. I can tell right now it's starting good because my neighbor just got appointed a city job. But we want to remember something that happened a couple months ago. You all had a little benefit in students here and a proclamation about bullying and a little thing called Tamarac Be Kind. Remember these little stickers? Let's do that this year. Keep everybody kind and helpful, and don't interrupt people when they're talking. Don't insult your co-workers, your co-commissioners. Our city attorney, I did some research on this. It's a responsibility. It was a lot of citizens who were talking about this after a couple of past meetings. The city attorney, besides being here to counsel you on laws and everything, is also responsible to make sure that the city commission does not insult other commissioners or residents. It is his responsibility to maintain that and not be comfy with any individual commissioners. He's here representing the city and to make sure these meetings run smoothly and correctly. And if he can't do that, the door is that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before Ms. Lynn comes, Barbara, did you want to speak, Barbara Mackin? Did you want to speak? You signed up, but you were not in the room, and I just saw the second page. Okay, so you'll go next. Thank you.
Good evening. Happy New Year to you all. My name is Barbara, and because I've been out of the loop for half the year last year, I wanted to come tonight, just bring myself, update myself. First, I must thank you for the wonderful job you did, or the city has done, for the beautiful wall on the north section of Commercial Boulevard up Rock Island. And what that does is bring me to the fact that it has exposed the south side of Rock Island, which means, could it possibly be that we on the south side could have our section of Rock Island looking like the north side of Commercial Boulevard, and how soon that might be realized. The other thing is the neighbor at the corner of, no, I don't want to go ahead of myself. So that was number one. Number two is the neighbor at the corner of Sago and Rock Island. That's where all the accidents happen and the trees rooted up. And Commissioner Maury might have had a report about that before. And we now have raccoons visiting. They come up to the window, your bedroom window, and if you open it, they just look at you. So I am really, I mean, if I walk every evening and there's always somebody to say, "Barb, what's going on? We had a raccoon come. What's going to happen?" I said, "I don't know." I tell you what, since no one else wants to pick up and come to the meeting to hear for themselves, I will come today because we had a HOA meeting on Monday, but I couldn't, no answers. And mind you, you've been very good in providing our property management people with updates. That was on the trees and all of that. So because of that, and the poor raccoons have nowhere to go, not that I'm sorry for them, we're wondering what possibly could be done. And I saw you put up that very nice person's picture about planning or drawings or whatever. Perhaps we could invite him to a meeting and ask him what could he possibly do for that section of Rock Island. Secondly, or thirdly, no, it's on the matter of 13th floor. That's another thing. Questions asked all the time. And most importantly, last night, too long.
So, which section do you live in Woodlands? She's a Woodlands resident. So for the record, because we need to put that, I know that, but I was trying to, I know exactly where she was. So we just had to put that for the record, just so you know, 13th floor will be handling that part of Rock Island that you have concerns about, and there'll be more to come.
Right.
Yes.
And then if 13th could come and have another meeting.
We will take care of all of that.
All right, good.
Got you covered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright and I have you covered. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Good evening, Patty Lynn, Mainlands 8. Happy holidays, a brand new year. I was going to turn over a new leaf. It wasn't enough. We will turn over new trees, and maybe that will work. I'm going to miss Mustafa because I pick on him quite a bit. But he's going to Texas, so I guess that's poor Texas. Congratulations to Kent taking over for community development. You have big shoes to follow. Ms. Calloway has done a tremendous job, and I hope you do well also. I was wondering, I think it was Mr. Shapiro who mentioned, maybe last meeting or the one before, about citywide elections, where you have district representation, the person has to live in the district, but all the citizens in Tamarac would vote for everyone because all the commissioners represent everyone. I mean, there's no dividing line. If somebody goes to another commissioner and asks for something, I can't help you, you don't live in my district. That's just not the way it is. We're a city, one Tamarac. I would like very much for us to explore. I know Oakland Park does it that way. I don't know who else does it that way. Citywide elections for everyone, but you must live in the district that you are being elected to. And good luck to everybody. Happy New Year. Don't do anything terrible. And we'll do fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, we used to have that was the way it's a vote. And so I know that the city clerk's office would have information on how that would be plausible.
All right, no one else wishing to speak at this time, then public comments are now closed and we will go to commission reports. Vice Mayor, District 1.
Happy New Year, everybody. No report.
All right, District 2.
Happy New Year, no report.
District 3. Commissioner Patterson.
Happy New Year. I absolutely have a report. Welcome back, everyone. I won't take too much of your time, but Happy New Year again to each and every one of you. I just want to, again, thank the property appraiser for coming out on short notice and just, add a little bit of color to that. It's quite important to me, as I previously stated, that we have as much awareness around what's happening even outside of our city, and I think it's a critical conversation that A, the commission should be having and or be aware of rather, and then B, that the administration is kind of preparing for, depending on how that pans out. And, naturally, as the residents of the city, I think it's important that you guys are privy to what's happening in Tallahassee, and you guys have all of the information that you need naturally as the decision makers of this city. Potential property tax reform in Tallahassee would have a significant impact, as you all would see. So I hope that was something that you were able to benefit from. As the captain mentioned, I'm very excited that this Saturday we will be hosting our very first KIND initiative. KIND acronym for Crystal Inspires Neighborly Deeds. We're having our Ride for Miles. It's a community bike ride. You're all welcome to attend. We will be taking off from the Tamarac Sports Complex at 8 a.m. We'll be meeting at 8 a.m. and leaving at 8:30. It's a 5-mile ride around the city. It will be beginner friendly. Simultaneous to that ride, we will have a stationary cycling course happening at the park. So I invite you all to attend, get your bikes out. We're really excited. We've gotten a lot of momentum. I think we recently got a request from a skate group to come out and skate with us as well. And so I think that this is a fantastic way to bring unity, collaboration, health and wellness, and all of those amazing things into our city. So I hope to see you all there. Last month, I want to just acknowledge that we had a toy drive right here in City Hall. I had one of my residents in District 3 reach out to me. She is the founder of a nonprofit, Acts of Love, and she had 50 gifts to give away. The team and I were able to partner with her. I think we serviced over 30, maybe 40 children during the month of December by partnering with her, and so I just want to acknowledge her and her team and the staff as well. That it was a really fantastic initiative. So for those that were able to participate, I'm glad that we were able to deliver. This month, on the 31st, as we ring in the new year, we are introducing a first-time homebuyers workshop. I've partnered with a couple of our community stakeholders. We've got Kim Wright from Kai's Realty and Latrice Gilmes from Legacy Mortgage Lending Corp, and a few other partners that are going to be there delivering some information for those of you that might be interested in pursuing home ownership. So I invite you to attend. That's going to be at the community center on the 31st, I believe, from 12 to 3 p.m. And last but not least, I was also able to partner with another community stakeholder, the Guidance Collaborative, on a college readiness program. We brought in 10 juniors who were able to benefit on college prep courses and just some real one-on-one essential assistance to get them ready for what's next in their school journey. So it's been busy. We're already off to a busy start. Thank you guys for always being a part of what it is that we do in District 3. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Daniel, District 4.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. It's so good to be alive in 2026. It's going to be a fantastic year. Some updates. Community improvement. I'm glad to say the wall on Southgate has been up. It's looking good. We're going to work on getting the landscape fixed. It could be even more beautiful. And we have signage going up in District 4. Village of Woodmont, sign went up. The Pines 3 of Woodmont also had their signage up, their new signage, and Mainland 10. So if you're in a HOA and you want to partner with the city to get your new sign up, please contact me or contact a city staff, and we'll figure out how to get you the grant so that you can also, because it does make our neighborhoods look more beautiful. So if you don't have the new sign, please contact us. Our holiday assistant program went well. We helped several residents from District 4 and throughout Tamarac. So once again, if you live in District 4, anywhere in the city, you need assistance with food shortage or anything, please contact myself or any other commissioner. We'll gladly figure out how to get you some assistance. We also had several toy distribution. That was fun. Christmas is my favorite time. So any event we went to, we did distribute toys to the children, and they enjoyed it. So prepare for next year. Come out with us and help us distribute toys. So start gathering toys for next Christmas. And I want to let you know that I'm going to do our children's chat starts January 18. That means we're going to do pop-up chewing chats. Last year we went to different HOAs. We had it at Tamarac Park, but this year I'm doing my chewing chat where you could have conversation with me, engage with me, anyone in District 4, so I can help you with, or assist you with any problems you have. So on the 18th, we're going to have it behind the Elliott Church on 7550 North University Drive. So we'll have my pop-up tent. We're going to have popcorn, hot dogs, cotton candy, anything to make it carnival, anything to get you out on a Sunday evening at 3 p.m. So come by, visit. We'll have information on upcoming grants, on code. I know a lot of you email me about code and your neighbors. So come out and find out the information that's going on and different programs that's available to you. So our Chew and Chat pop-ups will be on January 18th by on Eliatha Church on University. I'll try to put up a lot of signs so you could see me. I know that I'm there. And on January 24th, we'll be at Edgewater Park. So if you're not following me on email or on social media, if I don't have your email, please follow me on social media so you can see when these pop-ups will occur. I'm trying to do at least a couple each month so that any resident that need help or assistance, I just want to come on and have some hot dog or some cotton candy or just have fun. Please follow me on social media so you can see. I also want to say, get in step. I will be at Commissioner Patterson bike riding, but I'll be stationary. I'm kind of scared of riding on the street. But our initiative, Get in Step, our line dancing initiative, last class we had 50 participants. There was no room for no more, so please come out. Once again, follow me on social media to see when those dates are. I could still go, oh good. Our annual Women's Gala is happening this March. Each year, this gala has doubled. So this is the third time we're having it. I am truly looking forward to it. I think we're gonna move to Colony West. We're gonna make it a retreat. We're gonna have a class that teaches you how to use AI to launch a business in 3 days. So I think you need to come up. If you're a woman in Tamarac, want to celebrate women and their accomplishment, we have some AI expert that's going to teach you how to incorporate it in your business, how to launch a business, how to have a side hustle is what she said, right? And make some extra money in these hard times. So come out. If you love women, want to celebrate women, doesn't matter if you're not a woman, come out and join us for our women retreat. Sign up. Thank you, sir. Sign up. Once again, will be on my social media, so look out for that. And I'm also having our youth symposium for ages 8 through 18 workshop panel discussion. Look out for that coming out on April 18th. Thank you. Let me stop now.
Thank you very much. As everyone said, we welcome you back to a wonderful start of 2026, and it will be an excellent year. Ended off last year with introducing and ribbon cutting with Care for Paws, a wonderful new low-cost but high-quality veterinarian in Tamarac on Commercial Boulevard. It was a great time at Candy Cane Lane with some snow that was put together by the senior class of 2027 for the Millennium Collegiate Academy 6 through 12. And next year we are looking forward to some additional musical stylings from the students of Challenger and Tamarac Elementary. And we're hoping that University School Renaissance will also be joining us. We had a nice ribbon cutting over at Sunnyside. The whole commission was there. Every second Saturday of the month, and it's rain or shine, at 7 a.m., please join us at Thetford Park. It's the one all the way up west on Southgate for the 5K Club. We've renamed the Running on Tamarac to 5K Club because some people run, some people walk, some people do both. and it's 2 laps around, and you feel really great afterwards. You stretch before, stretching afterwards. So please join us to start off your Saturday morning bright and early for some of us. The Rock and Ride show was a lot of fun. The music was great. Please join me at 7 p.m. for Strength and Tone on January 20th. So my Move with the Mayor classes this year, there'll be 2 a month now. It's part of the series that's also with the Run on 5K Club. And I appreciate that we have HCA Woodmont who is helping us sponsor these events. And so please come. Everything is at your own pace. So we'll have Strength and Toning on January 20th, and then February 2nd at 6:30, Strength and Toning at Tamarac Park at 7 p.m., and then on February 2nd, Monday at 6:30 p.m., we will have Zumba at Tamarac Park. All of these items are either on flyers at the community center, the rec center, aquatic center right here in City Hall as well. Also, you can see them on my social media, or if you email me, I'll put you on my newsletter and you'll get it every month. We are going to have a summit with Broward Human Trafficking Coalition for anti-human trafficking. We're trying to save our people from being trafficked. Our kids who are not realizing when they're playing on social media that that person behind the screen may not be who they think they are. So if you would, please come out to the summit. January 24th. It's from 10 to 3 at Tamarac Community Center. Also invite everybody to come out to Liberty Tree event at Veterans Park. It is on the 31st on Saturday. The Miamians will be singing. This is by the Sons of the American Revolution, where we pay tribute to those who have fought for our freedoms and continue to fight for our freedoms. And at Veterans Park, there's a beautiful tree that we will be dedicating just for this. There'll be some conversation, a little bit of conversation, but it's 10:30 to 11:30, so it'll be a beautiful morning, and then you can go out and do, I believe there was someone, I think Commissioner Patterson has something else that day too, but you can get it all. We can do it all in a day. We'd like everybody to save the date for our Forever Friends Pet Expo, and appreciate Commissioner Wright joining me on this one. It'll be 10 to 1 on Saturday, February 21st. So come out to learn some pet CPR, learn all about some pet training. If you don't have pets, come get 2. There'll be cats, there'll be dogs, there'll be birds. There might even be somebody with some fish, we're not sure yet. And Broward County will be helping us out with some vaccines and microchipping and the like for $25 for residents in Broward County. Might be Broward, but I think it's for all of Broward County. So please do come out for that. And if you are a pet rescue and you are listening to this, or a friend of yours is listening to this and you wish to be involved, please get in touch with me. Email mayorgomezevents@tamarac.org, or just call me at City Hall, and we will love to have you join us to participate, or if you have any kind of pet products. For me, it's all about the pets. I say that, but I also have to give a shout out to my husband. Today is our 2nd anniversary. We've been married 2 years, together forever. And so he is very important to me, and I thank him for encouraging me and letting me still do this and not be home with him. So thank you. Yeah, I made it 2 years. Thank you. So on that note, thank you, everybody. We will now go to the business at hand and move to the consent agenda. City Manager, do you have any additions or deletions?
No, I don't.
All right. Actually, anybody have anything to pull? Well, I do. I am pulling 5D, TR 14356. So I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Do I have a second? The resolution of the City of Tamarac regarding electrical engineering and design. We'll go into more detail afterwards, but that's the item that I pulled.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Wright. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel?
You said Daniel? Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0 as amended.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, will you please read for the record 5D, TR 14356?
5D, Resolution of City Commission of City of Tamarac authorizing appropriate city officials to award task authorization number 2609D to Carnahan Proctor and Cross, Inc. to provide electrical engineering design, permitting, and construction administration service for the City of Tamarac, Holiday Light on Commercial Boulevard in accordance with the City Continuous Service Agreement as authorized by Resolution Number R 2022-138 for a contract amount of $82,275, providing for a contingency amount of $4,113.75 for a total project budget of $86,388.75, including the preparation of detailed plans and specification, providing for effective date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I need a motion and a second, please.
Move it. Second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Bolton. I have a second by Commissioner Wright. And now I will open this up for public comments. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to make comments? Seeing none, public comments are now closed. So then the question becomes, why did I pull it? So this is an item that we talked about during strategic planning. And at the time when we discussed it at strategic planning, it is to do a survey to install electric along Commercial Boulevard in a certain portion of Commercial Boulevard. I was supportive of it then, and it's not a problem with the project. The problem that I'm having with it is that it's about $90,000 for the survey. And then at this time, it's estimated for $450,000 to do the work. While I think it is a nice thing to do for our city, I am having trouble with what we've heard today and what we're worrying about with property taxes and money and income for the city on projects that we need. And while beautification is extremely important for the city, I am kind of curious if $500,000 is the best way to spend money at this time. And I would like to hold this project until we know what's going to happen in our city at the next election, I guess, when it comes to what's going to happen with property taxes. So I have concerns about approving the initial part, because it's a two-part thing. Right now, it's just for the surveying at $90,000, but the bulk, no, that's what I was told. So I got Mustafa shaking his head at me, so come on up.
For the record, Mustafa Albastam, Director of Public Services. Mayor, this particular consultant will do the design and permitting phase, so this is not just the surveying. So this is basically to prepare the construction drawings for this project.
Okay, so it's survey, construction drawings, and everything at $90,000-ish?
Right, there's not much of a survey, so to speak. This is more of finding out what the electrical services, coordinating with DOT, seeing where we can install the outlets and FPL and things like that. And there's just also part of that is a study to see where is feasible to install those lights, because Commercial Boulevard is a major corridor fare, so we can't put lights everywhere. It may interfere with the driver visibilities and distractions. So this part of the service is to get recommendations from the consultant where to install those lights.
So thank you for correcting me. It is a study versus a survey. I understand what you're saying.
Well,
it's to determine whether also FDOT will allow things to be dug on a 45-mile-an-hour roadway, because there are certain hazard warnings or worries that we have. Is that correct?
In certain locations, we may not be able to do those lights. So that's why we go through the process of, we chose a location where we desire to put those lights. The location will be submitted to DOT to determine if those are viable locations. Once we get the okay from DOT to proceed, then the consultant will proceed in designing and getting it permitted to prepare the actual construction drawings. And once that's finalized, then the project will be put out for bid for contractors to do the actual work. So this right here, what you have in front of you, will cover the study phase and design and the permitting phase.
How much would it cost to just do the study phase by finding out from FDOT if they're going to even allow this?
Well, what we anticipate, I don't have an exact, I could look at it. We did break it down to tasks. So if the state or DOT does not allow it, then we stop at task 1, we don't proceed. So it's not like they're getting the lumps, they're going to get all the money up front. It's per task. So if we do the first task and DOT does not allow it completely, then we don't proceed and complete the project. And mind you, we anticipate and we think that there are some locations where will be allowed, other location may not be allowed. So we don't, in my experience, I don't think it will be completely denied. Certain location will be, and other locations will not be.
Because it's mostly going over the turnpike,
It's from University Drive and
all the way to
University Drive all the way to 31st?
East.
East. So is there a more cost-effective way to see if we'll be able to do this?
From design perspective?
Do we have to worry about design before we worry about if we'll have rights?
Correct, because again, this what we are asking for authorization today is to bring the consultant on board to do the feasibility, and if that doesn't work, then we stop right there. If it works, then we proceed with the actual design. And then the actual construction price, as you mentioned earlier in your comment, that was an anticipated price, but that will be depends on how many locations will be approved by DOT. Obviously, we are very conservative in the numbers, so to make sure we have healthy budget in there to make this project doable.
Right, but what I'm asking is, you said there might be some areas that'll work, and there might be some areas that won't. What would be, and then instead of having to worry about permits already being pulled, because if it's mostly not gonna work, if we have 10 places and we're only gonna have 2 that might work, it might look funny. So we may not want the permits to proceed.
The permits will not be proceeded, and so the location has been picked. So the feasibility will be done first, approaching DOT to get authorization from them on those locations. If DOT says out of the 17 locations, you could only do 10, then the permits will be pulled for the 10 locations.
Right, and what I want to know is to just say, hey, FDOT, these are the locations that we're wanting to do this at. Can we just have a general idea if you think this will work? Because wouldn't that be easier, quicker, a little less labor intensive, a little bit less financial? And then if we find out that most of the spots will work, fantastic, it can come back for conversation. But in order to lump, if 2 work, then we're going ahead with 2. It may not be great for the project.
So it sounds easy to call FDOT and get, they're okay, but really it's more of you have to have sort of, pen on paper. You have to draw it out to them, the locations, the visibility of the side triangles and the different angles. So there's a little work to be done to show them where are those locations, how high it will be, and all those things. So it's not just, no one will give you a quick answer from DOT that yes, you could do it or not. The simple answer, and I'll tell you, is we will say yes, you could do it until you start the design, and later on they'll tell you, oh, this location will not be viable. So we don't want to be trapped in that scenario.
Look, I kind of feel trapped in this scenario, and I kind of feel that it's not your fault, that it seems like a very inefficient process to make people go through steps to then find out that you couldn't do it. One of the reasons why, excuse me, Woodlands, but we're having a little bit of a delay because there's some design on FDOT in the front of Woodlands and Commercial that had to go through another step. So if a process can't be smoothed a little bit financially less guaranteed at this time, I'm not comfortable with $90,000 with a definite going forward, because it sounds like we've got 15 spots. Actually, I think we had 20. And if 2 get in, we're still going forward. There's not coming back to say, is this really smart to do? And that's what I have a problem with, the way we have it up here. So that is my opinion. And as no one else wishes to speak on this item, City Clerk can call the roll.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
No.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-1.
All right, moving right along, we are going to our ordinances on first reading. 7A TO2620. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Item 7A, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tamarac adopting a small-scale local land use plan amendment to the City of Tamarac Comprehensive Plan featuring land use map in accordance with Chapter 163 and Section 163.3187 of Florida statutes for the said land situated, lying and being in Broward County, Florida, located on the common north of West Commercial Boulevard, as shown in Exhibit A, Canterbury Lane, more particularly described in legal description shown in Exhibit B, attached here to change the future land use of approximately 2.64 gross acres of land from median residential to recreation to facilitate the development of proposed east side community park and provide consistency with the land development code in accordance with the intent of the comprehensive plan of the City of Tamarac, providing for effective date. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second, please.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor. I have a second by Commissioner Wright. And throwing you right into the fire, welcome here, Director Kent, would you pronounce it V?
Woolia.
Oh, you do, Woolia, okay. We'll give a presentation for both items 7A and 8A, and is available to answer any questions. Hold that thought. Because we're putting 7A and 8A together, despite one is a quasi-judicial, do you want to read that in the record, or do you want to keep that separate? Okay, so we're going to read it just to get it over with was the comment. So judicial, quasi-judicial hearing, ordinance on first reading, 8A, TO 2621. City attorney will read the title for the record, and then the rules on quasi-judicial hearing, and then our city clerk, Kimberly Dillon, will swear in any witnesses. Proceed.
Item 8A, ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tamarac amending the official zoning map of the City of Tamarac reference section 10-2.1B of Chapter 10 of the City of Tamarac Code of Ordinance for approximately 2.53 acres of land, situated line being in Broward County, from the current R3 multifamily residential zoning classification, proposed RC recreational zoning classification for the subject property located on Common Northwest Commercial Boulevard, showing Exhibit B at Canterbury Lane, to allow for the proposed East Side Community Park, providing consistency with the Land Development Code, providing for effective date.
Thank you. Quasi-judicial rules?
Yes. All person testifying before the City Commission must be sworn in with regard to quasi-judicial items being considered on the agenda. A petitioner and affected person shall be given the opportunity to present evidence, bring forth witness, cross-examine witness, rebut any testimony. All evidence relied upon by a reasonable prudent person shall be admissible, whether such evidence would be admissible in the court of law. Hearsay evidence may be used for purpose of supplemental or explaining other evidence, but it should not be sufficient by itself to support a finding. Statements of attorneys should be considered only as argument and not considered as testimony. Attorneys for parties are not subject to cross-examination. City Commission shall have the authority to refuse to hear any testimony which is irrelevant. Documentary evidence may be presented in the form of copy or original. Upon request, the party shall be given an opportunity to compare the copy with the original. All parties should be given an opportunity to cross-examine witnesses, question parties before the evidence. The order of presentation shall be the petitioner presentation will be presented first. Staff will give a presentation if needed. Affected parties will be allowed to present testimony. Persons who are supported or in opposition can provide testimony. The parties will then be given an opportunity to answer any questions and give closing statements. The City Commission shall discuss the evidence that was presented at the preceding vote on the commission based on competent substantial evidence in the record. I don't believe I have to ask ex parte communication in this case. So, finish, Mayor.
Okay, so are there any conversations that have been had on this item? This is a whole.
This is the city application.
On this one, do we get a waiver? Because we've all talked to you about it.
City application.
Yeah, we disclose that we've all talked to you, the city managers, city staff, city attorney regarding any part of this item because it's a city project. All right, and then, so no witnesses will be sworn in either. Excellent. Take a motion second separate on that one. So for this now, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here and looking forward to serve the public of the City of Tamarac. Thank the staff and the members of the public as well. Kent Walia Community Development Department, reading into the records, item 7A is what was explained, a small-scale land use plan amendment, and item 8A, a rezoning application for the East Side Community Park, also known as the Shaker Village Clubhouse, formerly known as. So the small-scale land use plan amendment is going from medium residential to recreation, and I'll explain why later as to why we're doing the small-scale land use plan amendment and rezoning as well. It's a part of the development process for the park and the grant application that we got. I'll explain soon later. The rezoning application, so just wanted to let you guys know I'm presenting both the small-scale and the rezoning together in this presentation to save time. And the rezoning is going from R3 multifamily residential to RC recreation to facilitate the development of a community park known as the East Side Community Park. As I mentioned, the former Shaker Village Clubhouse, which was purchased last year in January, it's about a 2.64 acre site located at West Commercial and Common Road there to the north, so you'll see that at the top right. As you can recall, the former clubhouse in 2017 had, some damage as a result of a hurricane. It was left in dilapidated condition. It had a clubhouse, tennis court, jacuzzi, shuffleboard courts, and boat ramp. So that's what it looked like in 2017. It was in disrepair. It was demolished. And in 2024, the city had applied for a grant from the state to facilitate the purchasing of the property, which we purchased in January of 2025. And this was identified in several plans over the last 20 years, and as late as the 2021 East Side Park Community Assessment to look for park space. This area was identified for parks, and the city was implementing the steps to go ahead and make that into fruition. I'll show the compliance with the comprehensive plan. So speaking of that grant, was from the Florida Community Trust Grant. I think it was for about $1.8 or $9 million. It covered the costs to purchase the property, so long as we paid for the development of the park, which is now in our CIP plan too as well. And then I'll talk about the milestones that are in progress to get this park developed, tentatively speaking, within the next couple of years. So some of the elements that are going to come with the park. So if the rezoning and land use plan amendment are approved tonight, between February and December, the Parks Department is going to start working on the permitting and design of the plans, and they'll have a site plan application, so you'll see some of these elements as well. But as part of the grant, some of the elements that are included is a public and community recreation center, basketball courts, tennis courts, ADA multipurpose fitness walking trail, playground facilities, picnic pavilion, water feature, parks amenities, water features, and ADA parking. So this is just kind of showing you the zoning map and the changes as I mentioned before, and it's going to recreation. Those are some of the uses synonymous with recreation. I'll show you the compliance with those in just a moment. So as far as the small scale land use plan amendment goes, it doesn't have to go to the state reviewing agencies because it fits the criteria for small scale land use amendment as part of the Florida statutes. This is just a recreation use zoning map there. We'll be changing that, updating that so it's consistent. And this is just showing the zoning as well for that parcel. So some of the review standards that you'll look for a small scale land use plan amendment is consistency with the comprehensive plan, that it doesn't have any conflicts with the natural and historic areas, and it doesn't. It's consistent with goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan. And we saw when we reviewed it, me and the previous community development director, we saw that it's consistent, it meets the land use plan requirements in the code. So as you can know in your Tamarac strategic plan is goal 4, looking at the strategic plan and identifying park space is a part of the strategic plan and the revitalization of the former Shaker Village Clubhouse. So this supports that and is consistent with that effort. And the recommendation, with the staff is, to support the approval of this land use plan amendment and the rezoning as well. It also went to the Planning and Zoning Board last week, and that was recommended for approval unanimously as well. This is the first reading that's before you here on January 14th. The second reading will come to you on the 29th. So the rezoning standards are here listed. Compliance with the comprehensive plan, land development code, making sure that it has adequate facilities and level of service compliance. This will actually add more space to the level of service for parks, and it doesn't have any adverse impacts to the natural environment, and it serves the interests and the purposes of the community as far as creating more park space on the east side that we identified in previous plans that there was a deficiency. So it also furthers the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, policy 1.5. And the recommendation, as I mentioned, is for the mayor and commission to vote in support of and approval of the rezoning and land use plan amendment. And I'll be here if you have any questions.
Excellent, thank you. We will now open public comments, and I do for 7A. This is on the land use, and I believe I have Mark Ogden wishing to ask questions or make some comments. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on 7A, the land use? Okay. Jeffrey Shapiro will come next.
Evening, Mark Gordon, Tamarac Lakes Health. A few weeks ago, this was a meeting over at the community center, and this question came up. And when I went back to some of our boards for a couple of the other communities out in the east, didn't we, back months ago, vote to put a community center there for the east side? Is that still going to be there, or is it just becoming a park, and all that planning and fighting that went through about this community center is gone down below? So people want to know what's happened. Before, there were months of having a community center there in the old building, and what happened with that property. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can answer that question. Yes, there will be a community center there, as well as a police, kind of the out parcel location too as well. And the community center will have, a space available. Right there, it says a 10,000 square foot community center. I don't know if it's going to be a 2-story or 1-story. That hasn't been identified yet. I do have Parks in case they have any questions, but we will have a community center.
Thank you. Jeffrey?
This evening is the first time I'm hearing about using another portion of that land, which the city purchased, as a park. But I think that's a great idea for the area. You know, there's a lot of the housing that's very close to it. A lot of these families have small children. They'd be able to walk to it. So I think that's a fantastic idea. And the other part of it is it will look really, because the city's behind this, it will look really nice going when you're traveling either direction on West Commercial Boulevard. Because this piece of land has been an eyesore for over 15 years. So it would be a great improvement, and it might even help the property values on the north side of the street there in District 1. So I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Seeing that public comments are now closed, this is left for discussion by the commission. Vice Mayor?
Well, I think that that's the best comment that Jeffrey Shapiro has said in 9 years of me being here. So thank you for that endorsement, Jeffrey. I think we're now friends. And welcome to Kent. I hope you do a fantastic job here. It is also said that you won't be friends with any one elected official, but I hope that you won't be friends or enemies with any one resident. We know the actors in our community, and we hope that you don't attend that play. Speaking of the community center, I think this is a great idea. At one of our retreats, I think we did mention something about a commercial kitchen, or one of the residents talked about a commercial kitchen. Where are we on that? Is that going to be in the building or not?
I don't believe a commercial kitchen is part of the design elements.
And that's also site plan, is it not?
Would this be the juncture to make sure that it is there, or is that at site plan?
No, it would be during the site plan or design process.
Okay. And Kent, just give us a brief overview of why we're calling it a park instead of a community center. I think some of our residents are a little bit confused. I'm not confused. I went to the same meeting that they did, but just to reiterate why.
I'll try my best. So yes, so as a part of the grant application, it was to create a park space with a community center. So in addition to that grant requirement, it was identified in previous plans dating back over 20 years of, we did a feasibility study on the east side to identify square footage for park space on the east side. We know we were lacking that square footage. We wanted to add more square footage. So not just having a community center that's available for events and you can rent it out, but also having that recreational space, the courts that were just mentioned, the walking track, that was a deficiency. So adding to this is increasing that and making it available for the public.
Okay. I'm just excited to see this finally coming to fruition. I remember in 2016, as I walked into City Hall, I walked into a retreat and asked that the city look at the east side because it was just not equitably distributed with the community facilities that we have on the east side versus the west side. And yes, we're one Tamarac, but in every city that you go to, there is some sort of virtual line of demarcation talking about the east side versus the west side. So I'm just happy to see that this is coming to fruition. It is definitely that project that I've worked my ass off for.
That's a legal term, by the way.
And so, you know, with that said, I hope that, you know, all my colleagues will support this going forward. I know that, you know, some of them did not support this, and I think that this is a great idea, as one of our neighbors in the Woodlands has said. So I hope that we'll get 100 support for this project going forward. I think that this is not a project that will benefit just one part of Tamarac or one community, but this project will benefit all of Tamarac, actually. And some of the major people that will benefit from this are the residents in the Woodlands. I was talking to one of the residents just the other day. I've begun to knock on doors citywide, and they, you know, talked about this community center and how a basketball court will be very much appreciated there. And so I'm just looking forward to see this coming to fruition, and thank you, Ms. Calloway, and the city manager and the city attorney, and my colleagues for supporting this, especially Commissioner Wright. I know that sometimes you pull on the coattail of somebody else, but you really stood your ground on this one, and so I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Wonders never cease. City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, I need a motion and a second, please, on 8A to 2621.
Move it.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor and a second by Commissioner Wright. Presentation's already been done, disclosure's already done. Opening this item for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to make a comment on the rezoning of this property to recreation? No comments or public comments? So, looking to see from comments from the commission. Take two. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and respect to you, and it is earned, so I thank you very much for supporting this item. The statement that you have on your campaign website that you support the Shaker Village Community Center is now true. Your website reads in part, Shaker Village Revitalization and Eastside Community Center property acquisition completed with demolition and construction phases scheduled. You mentioned on your campaign website that you supported this. You did not support it. You supported it tonight, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Well, clarification for the record, I'm the one who actually supported the money going to this project for years and years in the budget. I didn't support the last way it went through when there was not communication with the residents prior to contracting as legally supposed to be done. And if everybody knows by now, I like the rules followed. And as an attorney, some days, that deals with real estate, I like certain things in a process. So that was my problem. And as I represent the entire city, I believed it was also important for those people who needed to have a say and this to be done properly. So one day, some people will obviously get over this. Now, as it comes to the zoning, I usually do not like to have a zoning without it being the second reading of the zoning tied to a site plan, because personally, you never know when you're changing a zoning to a property, what may happen. On this particular item, we are changing it to recreation from residential. So on that note, I am not as bullish on wanting to make sure that we delay any zoning changes until we see the site plan. I do also have some concerns about the site plan, but I do know that we're moving it to recreational. So I have no problem with that. But I also just wanted to give some notes for some of the comments that I've heard from people about our city. Our city has 349 acres of community parks, and that is exclusive of the 65.17 acres of recreation, and it is completely exclusive of any golf courses. And golf courses are now half the percentage are allowed to be considered towards your green space. So by 2050, our city must have 334.56 acres to accommodate and meet the comp plan. And I'm very happy to say that we have a surplus as of right now. So everything we do is just continuing to a surplus. But right now, we have 114.88 acres of surplus regardless. And so while it is good to change this to recreation, I'm happy about that, and I'm not concerned about the property and whichever will happen in the future. And so I just wanted to let everybody to be proud of our very green city, especially with our Arbor Day being celebrated a little bit early for 31 years and on January 16th. So, Commissioner Bolton feels you need to say something. Go for it.
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor.
Absolutely, I have 2 minutes, and I'm glad that you put into the record that you supported it in the past. I don't know whether that is true, but what I do know that is true is that you went to Kings Point and you told the residents there that you did not support it, and we have the tape. But we thank you, the city attorney. We thank you, city attorney, for giving us sound legal advice. As a matter of fact, as the only legal voice that we should listen to on the dais, I appreciate you for supporting this item and for giving us the correct legal advice. And as an attorney, you told us that the Shaker Village property would not see the light of day because it would not pass title, and it did. So, again,
I still have my objections on that.
Again, your law degree from 20 years ago was not properly put into play. So I appreciate it. But thank you very much, Kent, for the presentation. And thank you, city staff, for making sure that this is going through tonight. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I won't take the bait, but there's plenty more that goes into the title item, but we're just going to leave it at that. So, ladies and gentlemen, if there's no other baloney to be had, let's call the roll.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We are now going to take a break. It is 9:08. We will be back at 9:20. We're in recess.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 9:20. And it is time for 8B. This is also a quasi-judicial item. The item is 8B TO 2622. City Attorney will be eventually reading the title for the record. Well, I'll read the title for the record. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tamarac, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Tamarac referenced in Section 10-2.1B of Chapter 10 of the City of Tamarac Code of Ordinances for approximately 1.0 acres of land situated, lying, and being in Broward County, Florida, and legally described in Exhibit A from the current NC Neighborhood Commercial zoning classifications to proposed RC Recreation zoning classification for the subject property located on the southwest corner of West Prospect Road, Northwest 53rd Street, and West Prospect Road, shown in Exhibit B at 2400 Northwest 53rd Street, to allow for an overflow parking lot for the adjacent Caparella Park and provide for consistency with the Land Development Code in accordance with the intent of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of Tamarac, case number 6Z25, providing for amendment to the official zoning map to reflect such change, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is another item that is a city item. There's no witnesses to be sworn and no disclosures. I'll ask for a motion and a second, please.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion by the Vice Mayor. I have a second by Commissioner Wright. And we have Yasid Lopez, contractor on the project, is available to give a presentation. Good evening.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Commission. Yes, it won't make it, so my name is Limrel Blank from Waypoint. I'm representing YESID to present this project at Caparella Park. Caparella Park, it's currently zoned in a neighborhood commercial, and the purpose of this meeting here is for the rezoning for the recreational use. And it's a 1.06 acre area that is going to be developed into a new parking lot. The justification for this rezoning, we went through some meetings with the city staff, and they are consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of Tamarac. It supports the city long-term vision for public parks and recreation. It integrates into the site, into the new system, and it provides the overflow parking for heavily used community park. For the land and zoning use compliance, it's located in the RC district, and we are going to move it for the design of nearby parks and rec operation and permitted uses for design compatible with nearly residential and recreational areas. Let's go too fast. The justification. Site plan, overview and compliance. It's environmental and infrastructure consideration. The uses are previously cleared land with no impact to wetlands or natural habitats. There are existing roads, drainage, and public safety services are adequate. And the commitments to conditional of approval is that the project will meet all the city requirements and conditions, and it is designed to serve the public. The major site plan, it's the construction of a new parking lot which will extend the existing Caparella Park parking lot to the west side, and it will consist of new drainage infrastructure, installation of a new fire line and a fire hydrant. There are some existing wells, monitoring wells, which will be abandoned and restored after the drainage work is completed. In this new project, we are looking at 69 parking spaces with 3D 3 ADA parking spaces. We will have some crosswalk, we'll have some handicap walk, and we will also have some crossing going to the existing Caparella Park with new flashers. There will be installation of trees and landscaping. There will be a new irrigation system. The water for the irrigation system will be coming from the existing lake. And we'll also be installing some CCTV cameras, a public Wi-Fi systems, code blue emergency system that will be monitored through the City of Tamarac IT system. What we have on the screen here is what the project is going to look like. We're going to have some new lighting, landscaping, irrigation, and as we said, the code blue and the security for the park. The park will be open at all time for access. There will be no access gates, so it will be open. And the trees and the landscaping also made the code that was assisted with us by the DRC from the City of Tamarac. So that's what the project will actually entail. Thank you.
We will now go to public comments, so I would just hang tight just in case there are questions. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to ask any questions? Anything? Going once, going twice, going chicken soup with rice. Okay, public comments are now closed. Vice Mayor has a question. Go ahead.
I must say I'm very disappointed in this presentation. Not just the way how the presenter was dressed. Looks like he's going to the White House like Zelensky.
He's stepping in for somebody. Let's be nice. I thought that was what we were supposed to be doing. Well, then take some more of his dosage.
My opinions, whether you like them or not, this house should be respected, and I don't think that your dress code was appropriate. But I went to the meeting. I got the information at the meeting. I thought that the presentation at the meeting, community meeting, was well put together. And so I'm looking forward to this project coming to pass. So I hope next time you'll dress better coming to City Hall.
Sir, thank you for standing in for your coworker who had an emergency and couldn't make it here today. You have been respectful and you are appreciated. Thank you. I did have one question regarding the no gate situation, so I don't know if that's for you or if it's for another member of our team.
We can respond to that.
Okay, so I went to the meeting that was had as well. So this is an open corner. I thought there was going to be some sides of it that will be closed, so there'll be protection for the housing, and then these parking spots will be closed at night, and they're dusk to dawn, correct?
No.
No? So this is just open for anybody to park?
So, we have this inherent parking problem on the east side or throughout the city, and so we wanted to make sure that this space is open for parking for our residents 24/7, and so we're not putting a gate to block the parking overnight.
Okay, so basically, the comments of that this is overflow parking for Caparella Park is not 100% correct. We are putting a parking lot in the community for people to use. And I'm not saying I have a problem with it, but I want it clear that's really what we're doing here, and for overflow for when we have events. How will we work that if residents are using the lot and we have the need for parking?
Good question, Mayor. And so the parking lot is absolutely designed for overflow parking for park goers, but we also wanted to make the park available for overnight parking or after-hours parking when the park is not in service.
Look, I know the area very well.
And I know that the roadways are narrow and people have more cars there. So I have absolutely no problem with this being a parking area that people in the community of the Boulevards and Tamarac Lakes North and will be able to park their cars if they need to. But your response, unfortunately, does not address the concern. So I guess somewhere along the line, when the parking structure is going to be about to be utilized, there needs to be communication with the communities there that they also need to be, keep in mind when we're going to have events, that those are not the times that they can have all the spots full.
You're right. We don't have a formula for that at this point, but we will definitely work with staff and others to make sure that we do have a formula for dual usage.
Thank you. No other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move to ordinances on second reading. 9A, TO 2618. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Ordinance 9A, ordinance of City Commission of the City of Tamarac, amending Chapter 5, Buildings and Building Regulation, Article 4, Unsafe Structure, to create Section 5-79 of the Code of Ordinance to establish a milestone inspection process required by Section 553.8899 for the statutes, providing for effective date.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second, please.
Move it. Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Bolton and a second by Commissioner Wright. Tony Palacios, our building official and director, is available for any questions. There was a presentation or discussion at the staff agenda review meeting on Monday. At this time, I will open this item for public comments. Anybody wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, public comments are now closed. Looking for comments or discussion by the commission? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now moving to 9B, TO 2619. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tamarac, amending Chapter 6 of the City Code of Ordinance entitled Finance and Taxation, Article 5 entitled Tamarac Procurement Code by specifically amending Section 6-148 entitled Exclusion and Exception to Bid and Proposal Requirements to expand the exemption from competitive bid process for purchase of film, video, audio service, purchase of goods and equipment, supplies, relief programs related to natural disasters, and purchase of supplies and equipment made under sales tax saving procedure constituting part of a construction project, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second, please.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion by the Vice Mayor. I have a second by Commissioner Daniel. The City Attorney, Hans Ottenot, is available for any questions. At this time, public comments are now open. And if there's anybody else after Mr. Gray? Seeing none, then public comments will be closed.
Gary Gray, Isles of Tamarac. A business owner does not need to use your tax exempt certificate to make purchases. A business owner will make purchases if he is properly licensed and approved by the taxing authority of the state of Florida. He doesn't pay taxes on those items that he buys. When he resells them, that's when the tax gets paid. So putting that into an ordinance is not a good plan. You don't need to do that. Totally redundant. Now to the first part of this. Loosening up the requirements for bids. That's always a bad thing to do. That invites things being purchased without proper vetting by the commissioners, by the purchasing department, by the department heads. They just go out and purchase whatever they want because now they don't have to worry about, oh, we can't do it. Don't pass these. Neither one of them is good. Not for the city and not for the residents. And we rely upon you to use our money wisely. And I'm disappointed. I thought we were on a new path, but apparently not.
Thank you. As public comments are now closed, it leads for discussion by the commission. Vice Mayor.
And now I'll be the elf that tells the public why this is a good idea. In some cities, when construction companies are purchasing items, perhaps that construction company makes a killing off of marking up prices when they are buying items. City now gets to buy those items. Let's say we're building a wall on Commercial Boulevard. Instead of the contractor purchasing the items and paying tax, the city purchases the item, and then we save on taxes. That's the first part. Second part is that the attention span of lots of people, including you, Carol,
Vice Mayor.
Stop. Is pretty much non-existent. So lots of people, are not reading anymore. They don't read an entire newspaper article or an entire press release. When someone does a video or a podcast, people can listen to that podcast on their way to work. You can watch a 1-minute reel about what the city is doing. There's a hurricane coming, you put out a bulletin. And so when the city now wants to contract with video companies or audio services companies and so forth, it makes it easier for the PIO to figure out, okay, well, this photographer is available, this one is not available. We can utilize this service on a whim instead of waiting 2-3 weeks to go through a bidding process. So it is all about government efficiency and making sure that government runs efficient. So that is the 101 class for dummies, and that's an actual book on how city government works. Thanks. There'll be no talking from the audience.
Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I recognize that our policies are not an anomaly, but I want to clarify that, and what I mean by that is that simply we're surely not the only ones with the procurement code with exceptions, but can you clarify that, or Mr. Attorney, that does this language mean that staff can purchase whatever they want?
First of all, I think staff, through the manager, would always hire vendors that's in the best interest of the city and that they perform the jobs that they need to perform. Second, the manager has a threshold of not to exceed, I believe, $65,000, and he has to present any item to the commission that exceed that threshold. So there's obligation to make sure that the company that's hired through any exemption can perform the job. In fact, there's a exemption, that indirect exemption that exists already for video companies. If it's related to entertainment, they can come under that exemption. So we're just ensuring that staff have some flexibility to expand that exemption.
And typically, these exemptions or anything that's purchased would have to meet a public purpose. Would that
Correct,
be
correct.
accurate? Okay, and exemptions, I guess manager, attorney, whoever wants to answer the question, would be standard for what reason? I mean, naturally.
It's, as Commissioner Bolt, it's time, efficiency, cost saving at times. And City of Tamarac is no different than other cities. Some cities have more exemptions than others, but the exemptions is part of the process in most procurement code.
And if I may add, there are some services that we procure that are perfect for a bidding process, and we follow that religiously, with our code. But there are some services that really are not that suitable for a bidding process. Attorney mentioned entertaining services. We can't ask for this band and that band for pricing for 45 minutes of a show and say, this one is cheaper, so we'll go with that. So we have to pick the right product for the right entertainment and venue and things like that. So there are areas that we do need this kind of flexibility to make sure that we're picking the right product, right solution for the right time.
Commissioner Patterson, in fact, add to the manager comment, typically, again, there's obviously services that we have to go out to bid, but you're talking about some services that if management want a quick turnaround, generally to get a bid proposal out is a 30-day advertising period, typically.
It's a lengthy process.
Yeah, so you're talking about, maybe a selection process that may take 2 months. I'm being conservative. So that's why, if you want, the old saying, you want a city to operate like a business, fast and efficient, sometimes you got to create rules that allow a city to operate that way.
Thank you.
First of all, the city doesn't do things whimsy, except maybe some of our events. We're not supposed to be procuring contracts and hiring people whimsy. We're supposed to be thinking about it. We're supposed to take our time. We're supposed to be methodical. We're supposed to be a little boring. Obviously, some people like watching things on Facebook as things are going on. Unfortunately, my thing moved, so I can't pull up 212.086. City Attorney, by any chance, do you have that written out of what it is? Florida state statutes?
I have a copy of any statutes with me tonight.
Okay. Anybody in procurement have the item that is part of 21 on this that we were being asked? Florida State Statutes 212.086.
That's not city code, and
No, but we're asking to put it into city code because we're saying that the components, appliances, features, supplies through sales tax savings, right?
with respect to that, I believe the procurement director or division director was here, and he gave, at first reading, he gave an explanation of the tax saving plan under that statute.
Well, he also said it doesn't need to go into this ordinance. He said it can go into regular contracts. It's in the minutes. It was approved.
I have seen cities that have it in exemption, as an exemption on their procurement code. In fact, my research was based on that.
Well, it says something about concrete. But anyway, look, my comments remain the same as they were in the first meeting. I don't think that number 5, when it comes to video and audio, that's not entertainment. That's not what we're asking about here. We're not talking about a procurement process for a band that's going to come play at the Park and Ride or Rock and Roll car show. We're talking about audio, video, taping, and all this kind of stuff, and I do believe we've made other people have to go through their process in order to get a contract with the city. So it just seems like for some parts it's needed and some parts it's not, whatever's convenient. So I'm really not for number 5. For number 20, where it comes for emergency goods and services and stuff, as I mentioned in the first meeting, I would be fine with it, provided that there are caps on there and some better controls on it. So there is no whimsy when we're trying to help. I know when there's a disaster, a lot of things are needed. Those could be listed with exceptions as well. And number 21, as it is written, with large construction items, it's common items purchased or HVACs, electrical switchgear, panels, generators, structural steel, metals, roofing materials, lighting controls, pumps, pipes, valves, door frames, hardware, elevators, and lift equipment. It still doesn't take away the concerns that we could have somebody possibly buying them through a process that is not what they try to protect us from when it comes to procurement, to make sure we don't buy things off a truck that somebody else stole, or that we don't try to get quality, non-quality material. When we go with a contractor, they have the ability to get these items and they can use our stuff, or if it's for certain things that are for resale, then they don't get charge tax either. It's way too whimsy or loosey-goosey for my terms. I cannot support this without there being loopholes that are tied up to make sure that we are doing the right thing by our people with our people's money.
Mayor Gomez?
No.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
No.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 3-2.
Alrighty then. We are now going to our other, and 11A is a discussion on the reinstatement of city funding contributions to the Area Agency on Aging of Broward County. And this is requested by Commissioner Maury Wright Jr. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few days ago, I had a meeting with the ladies from the Area Agency on Aging, and going back to what the property appraiser mentioned earlier about taxes, you know, not only do we have to be fiscally responsible, but we also have to be fiscal savants. And I learned that with the $72,000 that were provided to this agency, they get $650K of matching federal funds. So for every $1, they get $9. So I just wanted to get consensus from my colleagues for us to kind of reinstate the funding for this year, because there's a deadline for Q1 for them to have this funding, else they're not going to get that matching funding from the state and from the federal government. According to some of the data that I have, they've served over 800 Tamarac residents. They provide technology, they provide in-home services, they work with organizations like the Minority Builders Associations, which provide steps and improvement in people's homes, and also provide contracts and jobs to minority businesses. I have the young ladies here from the Area Agency on Aging. I have Charlotte, I have Vivian, if you guys want to come, and I also have the grant director to come and give us a little more information about the services that you offer, and especially the grant part of it, of the money that you get. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to present to you today, excuse me. Vivian is with me here today. She is in charge of our community relations and is also in charge of our caregiver and technology programs. Shanaz is very shy. She's our grants officer. She's sitting there. So Shanaz is in charge of all of our funding. And if you have any questions about how it's used, Shanaz is our expert on that. And then Shirley is also our planning director, and Shirley works with me on our area plan, where we actually will look at neighborhoods and residents and focus on the most vulnerable individuals. Oh, excuse me, I'm nervous. We've been here since 1974. Our focus is on empowering people to remain in their homes to avoid premature institutionalization into nursing homes or ALFs. We provide all of our services are focused on helping people to remain in their homes. We also have a lot of services focused on caregivers and caregiver support. We operate the Elder Helpline for Broward County. We actually spoke with 2,128 individuals in Tamarac. We provided call hours there, and we will provide information and referral to individuals. We also are the place that people go to become qualified for the Medicaid long-term care program. We do more than some of the other area agencies on aging. By the way, area agencies on aging are located throughout the United States. Vivian's team will actually go to people's homes and help them for those where maybe English is their second language and it's harder for them to understand the government paperwork, or maybe they're homebound and they can't get to the office. So we have a whole team of caregiver navigators that will go out. We provide a variety of different meals and food assistance. We have home-delivered meals, congregate meals, and emergency meals. In Tamarac in 2025, we had 98 clients who have year-round home-delivered meals. That was a total of 35,150 meals. We had 42 clients who go to congregate meal sites for a total of 4,777 meals. So we do have the meal sites throughout Broward County. The whole idea is for people to get food and also socialization at the same time. We actually have 5 different food providers. We provide 26 different menus of food that they can choose from. Let me know if I'm talking too much. We have emergency home energy assistance we provide to help people who are short on their FPL bills. We have 2 minor home repairs who have Rebuilding Together, as well as Minority Home Builders, and they are part of our network. We actually provide services in the office with our team, but we also have 40 providers who contract with us, and all of those providers are part of our network of services that we provide. We have a lot of different technology that we have. Some of the technologies focused on fall prevention. We have the wearable devices. You hear the commercial, I've fallen and I can't get up, that people can wear. We also have a program called Tranquility, where we have a technology where it goes on the walls in each room. So if someone is going into a room, just say particularly you have a family member who's working, as many family members have to, you don't have to worry about leaving your loved one alone at home, because what can happen is the device will register if someone falls down, and then we'll call a helpline, and it will also call the caregiver wherever they are. We also have a lot of different socialization technologies. We have a couple of different tablets we offer. We have Uniper, which is a TV program that you can click onto. We have LEQ, which is an AI robot that you can, is a companion robot. And we also very actively install Ring doorbells. I believe strongly that that's a real support to people. And so that's something that we are very active with. We have health and wellness classes where we'll go out and provide them. They're all evidence-based. Things like for arthritis, mental balance, and caregiver support. We have a coast-to-coast legal aid we contract with. They're one of our providers, and we provide all different kinds of legal services.
And tell us, not to interrupt you, just tell us about...
Sorry, I'm maybe too... There's
no,
a lot
it's
of
okay.
services. Well, I wanted to be more...
Your federal funding, how does the federal funding operate? I think that's the thing that kind
So
of...
we use the funding that you give us to draw down 2 different grants. One is the Older Americans Act grant, which is a federal grant. That has been in place for many years, and that is what helps us to provide the food and a lot of the other programs. And then we have the Community Care for the Elderly grant, which is focused on frail individuals who remain in the home, and those individuals can get all kinds of in-home services. And so it's used to provide the match for that. And that helps us draw down all the additional dollars.
And the 72,000 that we give you guys, you get 6, what is it? Can you confirm
Yeah,
that
it was
number?
like 659,000.
659,000.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to confirm
I
that.
want to make sure I have the exact number for you. Yes, yes.
And I'm looking at the different cities that give money to your organization. Fort Lauderdale, 120.
I'm sorry, 649,000. I want to be exact. Sorry.
649,000. And I'm looking at the different cities. Fort Lauderdale, 127. Pines, 138. So I'm just asking my colleague if you guys can support me in reinstating this for this year, allowing them to get that additional grant. It has to be done by the first quarter of this year. I think it'll be helpful for our community, and it's us being fiscal savants like we did for Shaker Village and getting that grant. And now we have a beautiful community center that Jeffrey Shapiro loves. So I would like you guys to support me on this. Thanks.
Oh,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a move for consensus. Commissioner Patterson? What are we doing? We are looking to reinstate the funds to ADRC, the full funds, not just the half.
Yeah,
discussion items to get consensus.
But we didn't
We didn't
discuss
discuss
it.
it.
I didn't hear discussion.
Well, okay, so,
Because I have a question. You said over 600,000 plus the 72,000. However, you only service a little over 100 residents in Tamarac. And other nonprofit also qualify for those grants. It's not just a grant for one organization.
Oh,
Clarification.
the funding I'm talking about, the Older Americans Act and CC, only goes to the area agencies on aging. It's designated.
Right, but not just your organization.
Just mine in Broward County.
Okay.
I'm the only Broward County organization that has the approval and authority to utilize those funds. We actually served 808 clients, but the
Now,
thing.
it said, you said 98 clients
For
plus
food,
42.
home-delivered food.
Right.
Home-delivered
In Tamarac. I'm talking about Tamarac.
In Tamarac.
Right. So almost $1 million and only 98 plus 42 clients in Tamarac.
We have 808 clients in Tamarac that we've served for a lot of different services. The services we provide often are to very vulnerable individuals who need services throughout the year. Of those clients, there are 98 that get year-round home-delivered meals. They get every week meals that go to their home. That's the meals I was talking about. In addition to that, we had 109 clients in addition that received disaster meals and monthly meal boxes. We have people, there's 4 that get a monthly meal box, and we have 42 clients that go each week to congregate meal sites where they can get meals 5 days a week.
With almost $1 million.
That's just for the meals. We also have the Alzheimer's disease services, legal services, and all of the other services, and all of that money covers all of those services.
Right. I was saying for Tamarac residents.
Only for Tamarac. I'm only talking about Tamarac.
So only Tamarac residents get those services?
Only Tamarac residents, that money that you give us, we're very highly regulated, so everything's documented, everything we do. Only Tamarac residents get, that money is used for only Tamarac residents, and the 1.73 million was only on Tamarac. Okay. Our budget's much larger than that. We have different amounts that go towards different cities, but 1.73 million was spent on Tamarac's
and
residents.
And it feed 98 clients plus 42. I'm sorry, I'm not doing the math. That's 140, thanks. I think that's...
Yeah, just for the meals, but we also provide, again, we have a lot of vulnerable clients who have in-home services and a lot of other things, so that's just one thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Patterson, did you have any question?
Sure, yeah. Actually, my questions are for the manager. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
To the manager, my recollection of this conversation when it came up, because I mean, I'm reading to, this says discussion of the reinstatement. I don't recall dissolving anything. My recollection was that the vice mayor at the time asked how much money was that charity receiving, and you guys gave a number, and her request was to split the funds between 2 charities. I'm confused at why there's a conversation about reinstating. Why haven't they received the money? Because we didn't defund them in the first place.
You're correct.
Okay. Look, please clarify why. What's most frustrating to me is how there is a constant misconstrual of what's happening on this dais. And I don't know if the commissioner was not here, but he put this item on the agenda as a reinstatement. I'm confused at why he's confused. The direction to staff was to take the dollars and split it between 2 charities and then have the organization provide some performance measures. Until tonight, I hadn't seen anything. My issue is not with the charity. My issue is with the staff. Frankly, what was presented back then was some large number that the city had been giving, that there was no vote, nothing came to the commission. This is one of many charities that this is the manner in which we operate. And as long as I serve on this board, I will not just arbitrarily relinquish my power in terms of transparency and budget and how we are fiscally, overseeing and being stewards of the public dollars. I'm not going to relinquish that to the staff. And that seems to be the case because every time I ask, Where are the resolutions? Where are the numbers? What are we giving? I still don't have anything. I'm sitting here having a discussion about something that, to me, is just we're grasping at straws here. I still don't have how much we funded for this organization or any other charity. I just got a number yesterday for another charity that we've given over $600,000 to over the last several years that I'm sure no one knows about, and I'm sure there's several others. So I believe the Vice Mayor's position at the time was, hey, what's going on here, right? We know of another organization that has a niche area. Their niche area is food. So let's take some dollars, let's figure out what's going on. What's going on?
So, Commissioner, you're right about the funding conversation, that it was not eliminated, but it was divided in half to be shared with another charity the Commission approved. So at that time, the $74,000 allocation for this year's funding or donation to ADRC was cut in half, and this conversation is about that. And then Commissioner Wright is bringing this, because you're right, there was some conversation about the performance metrics of the charities and charitable organizations that we're donating to, and having or knowing those numbers. And this folder, I believe that Commissioner Wright is distributed, provides some of those numbers. And the ADRC staff is here. I'm sure they can answer other questions. In terms of the, well, I mean, we don't need to get into, unless you
No, I mean, I
to.
guess my question would be, why haven't they gotten their money?
So,
I mean, have they gotten their money?
Point of clarification, Commissioner.
You know, apparently, we receive a request or receive a bill from you for us to provide that donation every year, and we have not received that yet. Right. So my understanding from our finance director is that we do receive a request for those funds, and then we make the payment.
But Mr. Manager, how do we pay? How do we expect a bill from a charity? We are giving a donation to a charity, so I don't see how the finance director could be waiting on a bill. That's insane to me. It doesn't even make sense. I think the reality is consensus was given, we gave direction, they should have received their funding. The fact that information is constantly misconstrued, we allow the public to go and run with information and frankly mislead these individuals on what was discussed on this dais. You know, to me, it is the staff's responsibility to ensure that, and this wasn't a commissioner's directive, this was commission consensus. They are funded.
Correct.
So let's be
They
very
are
clear
funded.
here.
And I'm not sure about the inner workings of the transaction, but you're right. The commissioner approved this funding. The commissioner approved.
And
this,
not only did they
transaction.
not receive the funding that consensus was given for, it's my understanding that the other charity did not receive their funding either.
And we're
So
processing that
what's
as well.
interesting to me is how, and I say this all the time, let's be careful, staff, about playing politics inside of the administration.
There's no politics here.
No, it is definitely politics,
by no
manager,
means, there's
because
no
if direction
politics
was
here.
given on this dais, and it's months later at this point, and now we're having a conversation as if we didn't have a conversation, that is politics. And I have a problem with that. We need to understand what our respective roles are and do our jobs. These folks should have had their payment by now. The budget was approved as of October the 1st.
Right.
So there is no reason why we should be having this conversation. Neither of the organizations received any dollars. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, I would appreciate that I get a comprehensive list of every single charity that has received over $250,000 or more from this organization, from the staff. And I thought this was a discussion. I don't.
We still use the button.
We've not done that in the past, so I'm going to ask for the commission to give consensus. If it's a discussion, we should be able to discuss it. Otherwise, it should have been a workshop item.
We don't have workshops because we don't want workshops.
We did have a
So-
workshop, and we had 5 items on it, and the manager canceled the workshop. But if we're going to discuss it, we need to be able to discuss it.
If we are going to remove the timer from workshops today, then we are removing the timer from workshops from here in. We are not going to just spot check whichever topic we want.
This is
So
not a
the
workshop, it's a discussion item, and I'm
discussion
asking
that
for.
started out with a workshop
I'm
is
asking for
what we used to call it.
consensus to be able to discuss Commissioner Wright's item. I was not
That's
presented with any material in advance of this meeting, so if we're gonna discuss it, we need time to discuss it.
I have no problem with it. Commissioner Wright, do you have any problem with it? We have 3, but Commissioner Daniel?
Problem with what, discussion?
Yes.
I thought that's what we were doing. That's what this is all about.
Extending time.
That's fine.
Okay. Vice Mayor? I know I have consensus, but I'm asking all. Please proceed. Just proceed.
So my question was, or what I was asking from the staff at this point is to provide a list of all of the dollars that the city is expending to nonprofit organizations in excess of $250,000. I don't care how far back it goes. If they are being funded, because what I did notice in last year's budget session, this was my first year here, this is the first budget that I can't see every single page in the budget. So what I have an issue with is if there is a dollar value that's been committed, who committed it? Whenever there is a change to that dollar value, who's approving it? How are charities, and this is not about one charity for me. This is about, now, because now that the issue has come up, it's kind of unveiled a number of issues as far as I'm concerned. And you know exactly what charity I'm talking about that's unrelated to this, that I've seen a huge number over the last couple of days that's quite alarming to me. Who's approving how charities are funded, manager? Because your role and authority as the manager is to approve contracts and vendors, not charities.
So, Commissioner, approximately 10 years or so ago, the city's policy and approach for charitable or charities is changed, or donations is changed. And at that time, we dropped the practice of accepting request letters from charities and adopted 2 charities or 2 charitable organizations to be funded through the budget process. If you ask me for documentation, the only thing I can refer to are the minutes and the conversations from those days, and so I'm going totally by memory. And outside of that, we, the commission decided to budget a number of dollars for each commissioner, for each district, to donate to their choice of charities.
Which has a cap on it.
It
But when
does.
the staff is budgeting, when we're spending $550 millions of dollars to charitable organizations, that's not capped. There is no cap
And
there.
that's what we're 20-some years, since 2012.
And therein lies my concern and my issue.
And so that's done at some times, at some years, through direct commission approval, and in some years, since that change in the policy, by the budget process. During the budget process, the donations are discussed and outlined and shown, and so that's the approval process for those. But you're right, there is a bit of a concern now that we're talking about it, because it's over my threshold, and we do bring some items over that to the commission back for approval. So maybe we should. So unless our director of finance is there, if there is a different explanation, please come in and.
No, manager, the numbers are fluctuating on an annual basis. The numbers are not the same. The numbers fluctuate. They go up, they go down, they fluctuate, they exceed your authority, they're beneath your authority. we cannot be held accountable and responsible as the body of this organization. The public is perceiving that we're making these decisions when in fact we're not.
Well, ADRC budget, I believe it's been around $72,000, and this year I hear it's $74,000, but it's been around $72,000 for a very long time that I remember. So Christine, go ahead.
May I? For ADRC, and I'm sorry I left my paperwork there. The number goes up and down based on the metrics that they provide to us that we budget. So at the start of the season, they send their numbers, the amount of clients they're proposing to service, and that number goes up and down. As I was looking at it, last year it was 72,000. The year before it was 65,000. The year before it was 59,000. But there were years prior when it was as high as 75,000. So it does fluctuate. And this year it was 74,363, or somewhere about that number. However, we have just those two charities. There were some years ago when we had a number of charities, as the manager said, where they would submit these letters and then we would decide. But when the budget got smaller, we decided to shrink those numbers, and the commission at the time decided to stick with only two charities. That's the Chamber of Commerce and the ADRC. One year, we actually proposed to drop ADRC, and the commission voted to have ADRC remain as a charity. So we had only those two charities. And then this year, we added two others. We added the Broward Foundation for $50,000 and the Black Chamber of Commerce for $25,000. So now we only have four charities that we support.
I think the conversation is steering in a different, the question is, how are you, Madam Financial Director, how are you approving numbers that have not come before, that exceed the manager's threshold and have not been approved by the commission? Because what I'm very confused on is how numbers fluctuate based on what you just said, right? And if numbers fluctuate, at what point are they brought before the body? They weren't disclosed in the budget last year.
They're always disclosed in the budget and discussed.
I mean, sure, they were disclosed,
Yes.
but transparently disclosed is what I'm trying to say. Okay, because I didn't know about this until Vice Mayor brought it to the attention of the board. So it wasn't transparently disclosed. So if the number changed from the year before to this year, my question to you is, how do you approve that?
Yeah, part of our presentation in the budget was stating that the ADRC was going to increase from the 72,000 to the 74,363. And for the commission to decide whether or not they were going to accept that or not. And that was part of our presentation in the workshop.
Do we have any, I asked this about the other organization, are there, because this is the first I'm seeing any metrics, is this a standard process? Do we ask for any, do the organizations provide metrics, anything?
No,
We just give the money?
The ADRC is the only one that provides. For the Chamber of Commerce, you know, we're in the budget office, we're always directed as to what that amount is supposed to be. That has gone down in prior years, it goes up.
So the answer is no?
No, they don't provide metrics, no.
Okay.
Chamber of Commerce.
And in your knowledge and experience, because clearly you have the knowledge and the experience, what is the sum total that we have given to the organization?
To which organization?
To, I guess we're talking about area agency tonight.
ADRC over the years.
Yes.
I think I have that. Let me get that. I did run a report that went back to the year 2000, which is what we have on the system. And we have provided, since year 2000 to 2025, $1,683,958.
So $1.7 million?
Yes, since 2000.
Is that in total, or is
Yes.
that just 2000, dating back? Because it was my understanding that we dated back to the 90s
That's
with the
all
agency, no?
That's all the data I have in my system.
Okay, so that's not necessarily the sum total.
That's all the data I have in the system that we have, yes.
So does that mean that that's the sum total, or does that mean that that's all you have?
That's all I have.
Okay, so it's potentially more, that's just all we have right now.
I don't know if it's more, but in the accounting system that we have, it only dates back to 1998. And since then, that's what I have. That's what we have in the system.
Okay, and can you, why didn't they get their check?
Usually, they send a requisition. They send a letter, like an invoice, for them to be paid. So we wait on that, and then we distribute.
But you guys knew that this was an issue. You guys knew that there was, why didn't anybody call them? We've got the best staff in Broward County. Why didn't anybody call them? We knew that this was a political matter. We knew it was all over the news, all over everybody's emails. Why didn't someone call and say, hey guys, we've got your check, the commission approved it?
It wasn't late. In prior years, we've always provided around about February. 1 year it was
Yeah, but the commissioner has an
May.
item on the agenda saying that they need their money before the first quarter. Hey guys, please make it happen.
We weren't informed.
Go ahead, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I watched the tape because I always reference sports when it comes to this discussion. The great ones always watch the tape. So I watched the tape of that conversation, and I think 4 of us agreed to give the other organization, half the money, and we agreed that this organization would get the other half. This discussion I brought tonight was so that this organization can get the full funding, which would be the 74 for their match. This was for this year only, because these young ladies came, they had a conversation with me, even though I also got attacked in whatever article was written. You know, I supported the charity the Vice Mayor wanted. In the discussion, I said we should keep the funding for this organization as is because of the processes. And we decided, and I did support my other colleagues to split it in half. However, these young ladies came to me and they explained to me, this is how the program works, this is what they get, this is the funding that they operate. So I said, okay, I'm gonna bring this back up for discussion so we can clarify all the issues. Perhaps how it was presented here was not the right word in saying reinstatement. City manager, that's your job. Your job is to correct me and fix it in a way that you think based on what you know and what is right. So that is not my job, to kind of make sure the wording is correct. You said, hey, they're gonna get a check, this and whatever. If that was the case, you could have told me, there's no need to reinstate nothing more. This is what it is. They're already gonna get their funding and do what they have to do. So processes and things is what happened last time. And all I'm asking for this time, for this year, so that they can get their funding and they can proceed with what they need. This other conversation, we can have it in the budget discussions about which charities we give, how we're gonna give them, and that type of stuff. I simply came back to say and make sure that they got their $74,000. And I'm humbly asking you guys, because I supported the item last time, I met these people, and that's all I was asking. Your concerns are very valid, I totally agree. Those are things that I made notes of so we can have those in the discussion when it comes to the budget, because every year we approve a budget, the different charities that we're gonna give. These young ladies presented matrix, because I remember you specifically, Commissioner Patterson, wanted to see exactly what they provided. Hence the reason they have brought this information, and they have showed all their metrics. Commissioner Daniels, you grilled them, you asked them questions. Those are valid questions, those are great questions. I think we should have. So I invited them to come back so they can get their funding and present to us what we asked. I myself didn't know much about the organization until you guys met with me and give me this information, because I wanted to know more information as well. So it is not about us playing politics or doing whatever. Yeah, people always attack us. Going back to Shaker Village. I remember when we did that, my mom called me, oh, I heard your name on NPR. But I know it was the right thing to do. I know it was good for the community. And when I come here, I just try to do what's right and what's in the best interest of the community. And if it means I'm going to be a one-term commissioner, so be it. You know, and that's all I'm asking. All I'm asking, let this organization get the funding that they need, and we just move on from this. There's no need to argue. There's no need to politicize it. Let them go, get their money, get their funding, help our seniors, and then for the budget meeting, we can have more in-depth, detailed discussion. Commissioner Bolton, he said he's not feeling well. The mayor said it's her anniversary. She can go home and have a nice dinner with her husband. And that's all I'm asking.
But Commissioner Daniel.
I think this flag came up, I brought it up, because there was a need, and this particular nonprofit could not meet that need. When we send residents, yes, ma'am, I mean, you never even came to talk to me. You didn't talk to anyone but Commissioner Wright. So that, too, to me is kind of shady in a sense. But the only reason why it came up was because residents were calling for assistance and you weren't able to assist. Looking in further, you were only feeding, and you stated, I kept reinforcing, 140 people, and you were turning residents away. I get it. So therefore, I have to find other ways to meet the needs of my residents, especially if they live in District 4, and you weren't able to meet those needs. So I did not ask for the total funding to be, I said, okay, let's give half where these residents' need can be met, because that's why I'm in this chair, is to meet the needs of all the residents in District 4, not just 140 residents. So I said, split the money in half. That's it. I don't understand why people have to write an article about feeding residents. To me, you should want the residents fed, and it's not impacting the budget. So that's when it came about. Then it came about, well, why are the charities who want to help residents, who have the ability to help residents in the city of Tamarac, aren't at the table? Why aren't they? I don't know. I just now want to help my residents. And if an organization is turning my resident down repeatedly, I have a problem with that. I do. I have a serious problem with that. No, I'm calling around begging, because certain people have to eat. And certain of the residents that you turn around weren't seniors, but some were. So this is why I asked for it to be split. And I think that's fair, because now you can meet the need of more than 140 residents, by far. So let's be clear, and when we write lies, let's stop. Ask. You could have spoken to all 5 of us, not just Commissioner Wright.
Point of clarification, Commissioner. They mentioned that they've done events for Commissioner Bolton, yourself, and Commissioner Patterson. The only person they've never dealt with was me.
I've never dealt with them.
Hence the reason.
Anyway, I was just making the point as to why the ask was asked and why everyone was in agreement, because you've turned down their residents as well. If you ask in the commission office, they call back, they can't help us. That is why.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so let's start here. We've always had somebody on the dais say that they are a stickler for process. As far as I remember, whenever we're going to put a presentation on this agenda, and a commissioner puts an item on the agenda, you need to state that there's going to be presenters. It is the commissioner that needs to present the item, not area agency on aging. So let's get that clear. This item is out of line, and it should never have happened in the way that it happened tonight. I understand that this is a charity, so I didn't open my big mouth. But if you're going to talk about process, we need to always follow the process. So this is going to open the door for items down the line where perhaps I put an item on the agenda under this workshop section, and I don't want to hear when I bring presenters, oh, Marlon, you are the only presenter for this item, present your item, because that's what's been told to me in the past. Let's get that right.
Well, I'll give a point of clarification on that. Let's get that right. I do believe Ms.
Secondly,
Lieberman gave a
have
presentation
some
for you.
manners.
I
I
am.
have the
I'm doing a
floor.
point of no, but I'm doing a point of clarification. It's exactly at the point in what you're saying.
Who are you addressing the point of clarification to? No, you don't. You don't address me. We don't do that. We don't do that.
Let's move on.
If you have a point of clarification, you ask the city attorney or the city manager. You don't ask the speaker, your colleague under Robert's rules, for a point of
Commissioner
clarification.
Bolton, can we move on to the topic? Let's talk to on the topic, please.
Okay, so that's number one, process. We're not following that process. Second of all, I remember from the last conversation that we had that it was staff that was supposed to reach out to this organization and have them come and present to us, come to present to us the information that we needed. Not a city commissioner jockeying for votes in the election year, bringing an organization to come to talk to us. This is a staff responsibility to come to us with the information that we provided. Thirdly, we had a resident come before us and say, oh, they have helped, one of your residents in District 1. Absolutely. He had bed bugs, you went out, perhaps you helped. But I pulled the log from social services. The resident continues to call. As a matter of fact, it was a big thing in the commission office because he calls every single day, I have bed bugs, the bed bugs are still here. I don't know if it is a mental health situation or not, but he still has the bed bugs. Reading this document that I got tonight, walked on to the dais, not a part of the backup. Like some people say, if you're going to present an item, you must present the backup and it needs to be a part of the item and everybody needs to read it before the city commission meeting. Your policy. So again, when Bolton says something, oh, he's just being rude, oh my gosh, da 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 da. But you need to listen objectively. If somebody is saying that we need to follow the rules, when I point out that you need to follow the rules, oh no, he's just being wild and unhinged and crazy. No, absolutely not. The policy is that if you're going to bring an item, you need to have backup information, and if you don't have backup information, don't walk on any documents to me. But as a courtesy, I looked at it. The former Vice Mayor, Dr. Keisha Daniel, by the way, I endorse your reelection, says, hey, there's 140 people that is being fed, 109. And because I was a math tutor, 109 times 58 weeks, because it's 109 same individuals who are getting these meals per week. It is $5,668. When you divide that by the $72,000 that we give you, it is $12 per meal. I can buy that same meal at Dutch Pot for $5. Ms. Calloway, you know something about that. So let's talk about the services that are specific to Tamarac. You talked about your partnership with Coast to Coast. I worked at the county. I dealt with Coast to Coast every day. You don't have to partner with Coast to Coast to get your services to the City of Tamarac. We can just call Coast to Coast ourselves. So quantify this $72,000 that we're paying, because that's what it's about. And again, this is not about a charity. And for those people who think that they can pay a blogger to attack me, I've been attacked for 9 years and I'm still here. So I'm not afraid of an editorial board where one of them goes to the same temple as somebody else here. We don't care about a blogger being paid to attack. I don't take liking to the costume nose that they put on me, but you know what? It's fine. Still here. I'm still handsome. So for all the people who are looking for sound bites, you are going the same place that this other one is going. So $72,000, 109 meals per week, Tamarac specific. Is what else? Because when I invite area agency on aging to an event, I'm inviting other charities to an event. I'm inviting other people to an event, right? So I'll have 40 vendors or 50 vendors, and you're one of them. So don't use my name in a document that, oh, Commissioner Bolton, we did an event for you, because HCA Hospital does an event for me. Marty Care's office does an event for me. It's an invitation, you accept it. So I'm not comfortable giving you $1, because I'm not afraid of the bloggers or the electoral board of some newspaper that nobody reads anyway. And when it's online, it's a paywall. So you're listening, I'm not afraid of you. So take your best shot and call them tomorrow morning. Because this is not about cutting funding from a charity that deserves it. It is about redirecting dollars to a charity who can do the work to help our residents. When we call them, they answer. When we call them, they're able to provide the service. So the name of the person that I have in my contacts is Charlotte. So which one of you is Charlotte? Okay. So Charlotte, 109 residents per week that you feed. What else?
Commissioner, may I also say something?
That's why we called you to the mic.
I've not contacted any bloggers, newspapers, or anything.
I'm not talking about you,
I just
darling.
want to make sure you know.
No, you are a sweet lady. Okay. I can't speak for somebody else. You are a sweet lady.
Thank you, because I just want to make sure that's really not my integrity system.
No. You have integrity. Some people don't. But go ahead.
So as far as the meals goes, it's 109 clients. They get 10 meals a piece each week. So it's 109 times 10 meals per each person. In addition to the meals, we have our Alzheimer's disease initiative services, and those are people who get very involved services, in-home services, where whatever they need, they have a case manager that works with them. They'll provide respite for the caregivers. They'll provide in-home services where maybe someone goes in to assist them with whatever they need in the home. They have a lot of different types of, like, the emergency devices that they use to actually.
But give us numbers though. So you gave us 109 meals, but how many residents did you help with in-house services, and how many residents did you help with Alzheimer's
okay.
issues?
So with the meals, it's not 109 meals. It's 109 people. It was 35,150 meals plus 4,777 meals. That's the number of
109 people for meals.
109 people. And then for Alzheimer's disease services, 50 clients.
50 clients per year or per week?
Well, they're throughout the year. It's each week. It's like per day they get.
So 50 people for Alzheimer's.
Right. 200, you said the legal you weren't interested in, so I won't share that with you. HCE subsidy, which is where people are given a subsidy that they can pay their family caregivers who come in. 36 clients get subsidy to pay their caregiver who helps them, and that caregiver is a family member. So it's a caregiver support program. And then we have,
Stick a pin. While you were sitting there, you and Commissioner Patterson said, you know, why didn't you get the check? You made you said something. You said, well, we didn't know that we were still funded.
we didn't. It's been very confusing. The
Okay, so
discussion's been confusing
you
to me.
didn't know.
Yeah.
So that means your meeting with Commissioner Wright was not
Well,
fruitful.
Commissioner Wright just happened to be, is we go out and meet with commissioners throughout the community because.
So he
we
never
also-
told you that there was still some funding for you?
I wasn't, maybe I misunderstood.
He never said that.
Not that I'm aware of, because you know, Grace
You-
Carrington's on my board, and I had reported to the
You
board.
said tonight that you did not know that
I
there
did
was
not
still
know that.
funding.
I thought we were not funded.
And you also said that you met with the commissioner in he alone. I find that offensive as well. You're going to come to a city commission meeting to talk about your agency and
Yes.
have a meeting with one person and not five.
Point of
Well,
point
may
of
Sarah-
and not five
Point
is
of clarification.
also offensive.
Point of clarification.
Yes, and I had actually called you for an appointment as well. I did
Yeah.
call. I spoke to a woman who said you would call me back, and then I didn't hear back. And I understand you're busy. The meeting with Commissioner Wright was actually scheduled from way back when because we tried to get out and meet everyone. It just happened to be Vivian sets the schedule, and we try to get out there depending on the schedule to meet with people. So it was just timing-wise.
And Commissioner, to point of clarification, this should have been a discussion about clarification on the funding for this organization. I think that's what it should have been.
Do you want me to keep going through the list, or?
There's no $72,000. There's no $72,000 or $75,000 to be given because this is not, half of the money is going to Dare to Care.
That's fine.
That was the consensus. That was a consensus, clerk? Is that what you have?
Vice Mayor, from my recollection, that was the discussion to split the funding in two.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't aware.
Okay. So now you're aware.
Yes.
You're getting money, and quite frankly, if
I mean, we can provide you detailed reports because we have them on everything. So if you want backup and line items on these, I can give them to you.
yeah. When I saw this item, I had zero in mind because I don't like to be bullied by a newspaper or by a blogger. I'm not afraid.
I understand that.
Okay.
I got that.
It's not for you.
I know, because I didn't do
It
that.
it is for everybody that is listening here and up there. I'm not afraid. So I'm not giving you half this money because, oh, I'm afraid of what they say. I'm termed out anyway. Well, I'm running for another seat soon. But you get the drift.
I got it.
This is about helping people. It's about helping people. It's not about politics. So, you know, the presenter of this item has walked off the dais. I don't think it's appropriate to continue it. I think that we should be moving to another item now. That's also
Okay.
that's also in Robert's rules. You're presenting an item and you're not here. The presenter has left.
Okay, just let me know if you
no.
want me to get you more detail on anything.
The rules, according to others, don't actually apply.
There's no
item will
presenter.
still
The
go
presenter
on.
has left.
The
presenter of the item has
actually,
left.
No, he puts it out there and it's rested for discussion. So if you don't wish to continue your conversation, that's fine, you can yield the floor. So there's been so much fun that's been said this evening on this item. Actually, I last recall there's only 52 weeks in the year versus 58. But hey, we always wanted to find some more time in a day, didn't we? So
Should I sit?
yeah, please have a seat. I might actually, don't go too far. Ms. Matt, I might have some questions. So yeah, just have a seat there. So our city's process has gotten completely destroyed. And we have had other meetings where people have presented where there's no backup, and they have presented all about flowers and planting. So this isn't a first, this is the norm where there's no rules, just right. So don't listen to anything and don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with tonight. Basically, a little bit of history that I know, and I know that we were supposed to get some information, but it had never been provided to us yet. I'm sure it'll be coming around anyway. But about 40 years ago, there was a resolution that had gone through the county, and cities signed up to give their fair share. Actually, is it 50 for some of them for the ADRC? What is the
We've
most?
been here since 1974, so yeah. And the
Yeah.
county is a big supporter
So about
as well.
50,
Yep.
yeah, so 51 years. So the city of Tamarac signed up 40 years ago through a resolution to support the Area Aging Disability, which became ADRC, which serves people in our city. And our city said that we would give us some certain per dollar per person that we know in the senior capacity that we can help. And we agreed to do that, and we signed on, which is like a contract in that resolution, that we would give the money. And every year, the money has been put in for whatever the dollars are provided through your agency to the city to be included with an idea of what it is. Obviously, for this current year, it was 72,000, but it's really 74,000 with either more people needing help or the cost of living rising. Maybe both. But it has been lower in the past. The forms that we see, maybe not everybody sees it, but I know when we do our donation forms to our charities, right there on top, and even on the bottom, it says who's getting it. Family Central used to be one of them, no longer. On the standard, just getting money. Don't go too far away. But this is something that we've agreed to do, and we put it in our budget, and if we have it highlighted, especially when we have increases. So it is what it is. How many cities participate at this time?
Oh, almost all of them.
So out of 31 cities, it's almost all of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a couple who don't, like Sea Ranch Lakes and a couple others, yeah.
Yeah, those are very tiny. Yeah. So your 72,000 has been to 36,000. So 36,000, if you do not receive the other amount of money, gets leveraged to approximately how much money?
Well, we just have to try to make that up somehow, so.
So you need to find $36,000 somewhere else to assist the city of Tamarac?
We're never going to turn down clients, and we were here to help the most vulnerable people. I will follow up with you, Commissioner. I do want to find out which people and how we can remedy what you brought up, because that is a big deal to me. But I'm in this job because I want to help people.
Understood.
That's why I moved into this profession, so.
Understood, and appreciate. It's not easy. But the problem still is, we have 828 or 48 clients.
Well, this year we served 808. Hopefully we'll serve
808.
more next year. We want to get the people who are in need, yeah.
But if we cut half your funding, which then doesn't give you your 2 or 3 or 4 times the amount of money you would get through that grant, which can only come to you here in Broward because you're the only.
Yeah, we're the only
word?
area agency, we're the only one authorized to receive the Older American Act funds in the
I want to
CC
use
for
the word that
Broward.
they say. You're the only niche charity that can get those funds. So therefore, those funds are going to be left somewhere else on the table, and your entity is not going to be able to help even half of our 808 people, or even help even more of our own Tamarac residents if you don't have the other $36,000, right?
What I would say is we'll just have to try to raise the money somewhere else.
I get that. You are a very gracious lady. The reality is, we've made a promise in writing to provide that money. We had the budget. We told you we were giving you the $72,000 for whatever fluke of what you were even asked, why didn't you have the money? And had the check been written on October 1st, you would have had $72,000, or actually $74,000. And this conversation wouldn't be here. This would have been a conversation turned differently. I'd also like to know, what other charities do we ask them to give us a breakdown, or what is the wording? What matrix do they use for the dollars we give? Since when do we give dollars to you and then tell you to tell us how you spent that money? Granted, you do it anyway, But I'm talking in general for the other charities that we give money to, because we give money to a boatload of charities if you look at the list of who we've approved. So we're going to start doing that now? If we're going to start doing it now, we need to do it to everybody. I just think it's the way it's going to be. Can't do for one if we don't do for others, right? Actually, talking about the wording on this, the original wording in November was to give money to an entity to help them with Thanksgiving meals and those people who were having hardship due to the shutdown and SNAP benefits being removed. Then all of a sudden, the conversation changed to giving half your money to this other organization. Other organization's good, it has nothing to do with the other organization, just how the rollout is. So you can't complain about how the title is of this particular item, but not complain about what happened in November. We're very hypocritical here in our city. It's getting a little ridiculous. I'm sure you'll figure out with Commissioner Daniel what people were turned away and what reason there were. I know I've asked about the BegBud individual. I feel very sorry for what has happened with him, but my understanding between your offices and our social services, there's paperwork that has been asked for that has not been provided. You guys are heavily regulated. City of Tamarac is heavily regulated. Therefore, you're at a standstill to help people unless they help us help them or allow us to get them the help they need to help them fill out the paperwork. So it's very easy for people to throw stones and not have the rest of the backup material. I find this, on your behalf, a bit offensive. There is no reason to put charity against charity. You all are doing what you need to do, and the fact of the matter is, the populace is so large that needs help that we should be helping each other. I used to be in nonprofit, and we all try to help one another. Programs overlap. Money is finite. That's why you have to join together and help each other be able to take care of the same people sometimes. You might have the food, but they might have the blankets. You might have the blankets, but they have the showers that can come in, the mobile showers. There's a lot that gets done, and sometimes it's easier for us that are not in the middle of it to throw stones when we don't really know some of the detail. And for that, I'm sorry. And patience levels is obviously gone. I don't know what legal ramification happens to the city of Tamarac. If that's one of the things we left it. We were supposed to find out, because it is a resolution, because it is an agreement that we have with you, that we will give you this money for whatever some certain in the resolution. Resolution is still active, and you have relied on that money because, as Commissioner Wright has said, you need to file some paper by the end of the quarter in order to be able to leverage that money. Therefore, you have an economic hardship, and it's based on reliance that we promised we were going to give it to you. So if we don't give you the funds, as far as I'm concerned, go forth and do what you need to do so you can help our residents in this city. I have the laughing vice mayor who wishes to say something.
Well, if you're asking the area agency on aging to sue the city for $74,000, then I ask the gentleman whose rights you trampled on at Mainlands Park to sue the city for $1 million for going against his First Amendment rights. Manager, where's a copy of the resolution?
I believe, Vice Mayor, we provided everything that we have in the city clerk records. And
It's in the backup? Okay, let's see.
No.
It's not there?
It's not there.
Oh, you didn't help your commissioner here? I mean, where's the, I mean, you're the, he puts an item on the agenda. You're the manager. You have capable staff. He's going to present an item. At least have some information to give. Where's the resolution? Is it readily available?
What information are we missing?
The resolution that the city commission said that we're going to give $74,000 or $72,000 or whatever amount of money per year to the area agency on aging.
I don't believe that resolution exists.
Okay, so it does not exist.
So tired of lies. Jesus.
Okay, so. Okay, show us the resolution. Where's the resolution? Madam Clerk, do you have it?
Commissioner, there is not one resolution that states that there is $72,000 that is being donated to the
Okay,
organization.
and any resolution, does any resolution exist that says we're going to give any amount of money to the area aging people?
Do.
Okay, may I see it?
I would have to pull those resolutions. I don't have them readily available.
Okay, so the staff did not help out the commissioner from District 2, and I can't rely on just hearsay, because one person says it doesn't exist, another person says it exists, but there is a couple of them, and it doesn't have an amount, or that's this stuff. And by the way, if it does not have an amount that is being directed,
Commissioner, there are amounts.
don't
Vice
do like
Mayor.
don't do like Maxine. I like you. If there is a resolution that has an amount in there that is less than $65,000, that is what was directed to give. If the resolution has an amount that is being directed to this area aging charity, that amount is what we're sticking to in that resolution. If the resolution does not have the amount in there, you cannot arbitrarily give this charity 70-something plus $1,000 because it's over the manager's threshold. If it is that is more than $74,000, then he would need to bring a resolution to the commission asking us to give more than $65,000 to this charity. Am I wrong, manager?
You are correct on that, but we're not at that point. As the finance director mentioned, that we're expecting a letter from the charity, and if it's over $65,000, it would come back for approval.
It's in the budget.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, Mayor. If it's over my threshold, that transaction would have to be approved by the city commission.
Yeah,
And
so
but the question here in front of us is
So we broke the law.
rather simple.
Finance director? Bring your papers when you're coming down. It's the first time you left it. How much money did we give to the area aging last year?
In 2025, we gave them $72,087.
Where's the resolution that should back up that $72,000 payment because it was over the manager's threshold?
There wasn't one.
So you pick and choose when you need to bring resolutions to the city commission when somebody goes over the threshold.
No.
Okay, so where's the resolution?
Because this was a grant, maybe I assumed wrongly, but in prior years, the grant that was approved through the budget was always paid without a resolution.
You go over the manager's threshold. It is $65,000. You have been paying $72,000 and would have, according to what the mayor said, would have sent another $72,000 on October 1st had it not been for the absence of their bill. So you'd have broken the law again at the start of this fiscal year. How much money did they get the year before?
In 2024, they got $69,400.
Again, over the manager's threshold. And did you bring a resolution at that time?
No.
You're breaking the law. Okay. Commissioner Patterson asked for some documentation for charities that has been getting more than $250,000 over the years. I'd like to see that. And the commentary from the mayor says,
what's good for the goose is good for the gander, not so many words, because we're going to be treating one charity like this, we need to treat the other charities like that. I agree. So all charities that we adopt need to come before this commission to tell us how they're spending our money. Period. That's what we asked for the last time. It is transparency. I don't see why this is a problem. It is transparency. We give you $72,000 or $69,000. Show us. Show us how the money helped Tamarac residents. Or watch the news in Minnesota. Show us how our money is being spent on our residents. So I would like to see that information for all of the charities in the same fashion for area agency
ADRC.
ADRC. So whatever charities fall under that has gotten at least the threshold of $250,000 over the years, we need to see that. Okay. I support the mayor and I support Commissioner Patterson.
Oh, I wanted for anything over 15,000 at this point.
Yeah, you said,
Okay.
Mayor, the same way that we're treating this
No, I
charity,
said all
other
charities.
charities needs to be treated the same way.
Yes.
So I would like to see that
I
documentation.
said all charities. City manager, you want to say something?
Point of clarification, I just wanted to clarify that those are current charities, correct?
What do you mean current charities?
I mean charities that we have supported like in the last year or so, because there are only two.
Okay, so there's only two.
No, Christine, if I may, and that's what I was going to clarify, that I believe Commissioner Patterson asked for any charity that received over $200,000 over the years since the beginning of
$250,000.
$250,000.
Since 1998.
Right.
Since your financial system does not go, listen, of Michelle's minions can say that Bolton is rude and all that stuff, but let me tell you, this boy makes notes, and I listen, and I take in a lot of information, and I study. I don't know who else reads this big book, but I read it, and when I don't have this book, I read it online. I go through everything with a fine-teeth comb, okay? And I'm a stickler for following the law, Christine. I'm also a stickler for being fair. And when somebody goes over the threshold, they're over the threshold, we need to go. And when this one has been over the threshold for years, you don't bring it. It is the same type of politics that Commissioner Patterson talked about. It is politics that happens at City Hall. And if y'all don't believe us, you wait until I have the ability to ask for an audit. It's coming of all our financials.
Have it now.
Every single dollar that has been spent. Oh, it's coming. And I wish I could audit people's personal bank accounts for all the money they got on golf courses. But anyway, how much money does Coral Springs give you?
Coral Springs is not one of the cities that actually gives out to any charities.
Sorry, say that again on the mic.
Coral Springs has a community chest program, which is actually not the city, but is considered Coral,
So they don't give you any money?
They give it $7,000.
$7,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I do my research.
Yeah, I have all of them cities if you'd like it.
I have all of your cities already. I
Okay.
did my research. Listen, we are making it seem like, $72,000 and all these other cities. And by the way, Carol, you work for Coral Springs. You should know this. They give you $7,000. We give you 10 times the amount.
Mm-hmm.
We're cutting it into half. And if we don't give you the $36,000, sue us for the other part. Listen, how much does North Lauderdale give you?
North Lauderdale, $20,451.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. How much does Lauderhill give you?
Lauderhill gives us 10,000.
Listen, the narrative that the failing newspaper will write whenever they get around to do it, and the narrative that the bloggers that are being paid will write, let them also hear the numbers that you just told us. Because we've been very generous and we've been very kind. So don't let this seem like we're taking away money from you and other cities are partnering and they're so fabulous. When Coral Springs gives you $7,000, when North Lauderdale gives you $20,000, when Lauderhill gives you $10,000, we're the only city around these other cities that gives you so much money. You know, listen. How much do you want? 72,000? What's the amount?
Sorry? What was the question?
75,000? Is that the amount? 74?
The amount budgeted for 2026 was 74,636.
636. And what was the half amount?
36,178, I think.
Okay.
Sit down or stand.
I have Commissioner Patterson.
What a generous city.
37,813, sorry.
Listen, the options that I have is $74,636,000 going to ADRC, with the same amount going to Dare to Care, or 36,178 going to ADRC and 36,178 going to Dare to Care, or zero. Or let's match Coral Springs at $7,000.
I make a correction, 37,813.
Listen, I knew that correction was coming anyway. You know,
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
How much does Pembroke Pines give you?
Let me look. Pembroke Pines gives us $138,162.
How many residents live in Pembroke Pines? Point of clarification.
Senior.
How many residents does Pembroke Pines?
Answering the question.
46,056. I have the number of seniors. We just look at the seniors.
No, hold on. How many of their seniors do you support?
2,196.
Okay, and what's the population of Pembroke Pines?
I don't have the total. I have the 46,056 seniors.
Let me tell you something about asking questions, Commissioner Wright, and you'll learn something about benchmarking cities around your radius. You don't go to another city that is not comparable. You don't go to another city that is 30 minutes away. When you're benchmarking cities, you go to the cities around you.
Commissioner,
you have a lot to learn.
Commissioner, there's cities with larger population. There's Century Village in Pembroke Point. There's a community up in Deerfield. I said, how much do you give Deerfield?
Excuse me, Deerfield?
Deerfield Beach, yeah.
Deerfield, 79,470, and they have 25,813 seniors.
So obviously what we saw in the pattern is communities with bigger senior population tends to give more money. That's what I'm seeing from the data. I do agree with what you're saying comparing the benchmark cities, but I'm looking at seniors to seniors. Going to your point, I like what you offered in the sense that we can give 74 to these guys and 74 to Dare to Care. I'm for that. I think that's being a fiscal savant, so I would support that, just to clarify that.
And listen, if we give you this money going forward, we need a contract. We need a resolution.
We have that with other cities. We're fine with that.
We don't have it in Tamarac because Tamarac is Tamarac. And our city managers show up on the front page of the newspaper trying to get $4 million from developers.
And I can also give you regular reporting. I also do that for other cities. So.
Listen, you are an amazing woman. You're a fine lady. I did my research on you. You're very educated, and you have a heart to help people. This is not about you, and this is not about ADRC.
Thank you.
I want you to understand that. Okay?
Okay.
And paying bloggers, you don't do that. Other
No.
people do, but not you. Just so that the record is clear. Okay. So,
Commissioner Patterson, did you wish to say anything? Because you had your light lit several times.
No, I actually, I think the commissioner or the vice mayor clarified my question, but I was concerned that you were mentioning a lawsuit or prompting.
I didn't say anything about a lawsuit. The words lawsuit didn't come out of my mouth.
It was a little bit of coerce.
she alluded to do what you need to do.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
didn't
she did. That's what she
understand
said.
that.
She
I
knew
was
what she was
confused.
doing.
I was confused. I didn't understand why that was even a part of the discussion. And so those were some of my questions, but I think we've gotten them answered by way of the discussion, so.
Well, anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's also made up from the dais that is thrown out there to be said as if it's fact, but we know it's not. Other than you have a good organization.
Point of clarification.
No.
No, when I'm in the middle of my sentence and you do a point of clarification,
But you have nothing to
bully your
clarify
way
with
through.
what I'm saying,
So point of
because I'm not
clarification,
saying anything for
city
you to
attorney,
clarify.
how do we fix the illegality, alleged
this.
illegality that we've had in the past? Because we've paid out money over the manager's threshold without a
So that's not a point of clarification,
without a
Commissioner.
proper resolution and without a proper
That
contract.
is not a point of clarification.
How do we fix that?
So you're not going to answer that right now? Because I was actually going to ask some questions.
Let me answer this question, okay? Basically, to remedy this problem, you could basically adopt a resolution and retroactively approve those payments that were made outside the threshold, okay?
So,
All right.
which goes back to the question I was going to ask before I was
Motion
really
to end discussion
interrupted.
and give ADRC
You know-
$74,636 with the same amount going to Dare to Care and also coming with a budget amendment whenever we come with a budget amendment so that it's properly reflected.
And
Do I
basically.
have a second?
And basically.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Call the question,
No,
Madam Clerk.
No, you don't
There's
get
a
to do
motion
that.
and a second on the
there's
floor.
going to be discussion. This is a new motion, and there's a
Do
motion.
not turn off my mic. Motion to end.
Recess, 5 minutes.
Motion to override that recess.
See what you created?
Motion to override that recess.
Yeah, I second. Can we
Thank
end the
you.
meeting?
But
We're
you
at the
did.
end. People ready to
There is a
vote.
motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor. You take up the motion. You don't give another motion for recess.
Motion and a second.
I have a right for.
No, you do not.
There's a
No,
motion
you do
and a
not. There's a
second.
motion on the floor.
We had
The clerk will
discussion.
call the
We had
question.
discussion.
Period.
Just call the question.
No.
Call the
Attorney,
question,
you're wrong.
clerk.
You can call the question on ending the recess.
Call the question.
You call the question.
This is your job.
on
Call the
ending
question.
The recess, city clerk.
No, there's a motion on the floor before your illegal
And you
recess.
know there
Call
is
the question,
discussion.
clerk.
Vice Mayor, I need clarification on the motion.
$74,636 to Dare to Care and $74,636 to Area Aging on ADRC. And this amount will come with a budget amendment at a later date. It will come with a resolution and it will come with a contract. And I had a second,
And a
yes?
second, there
Okay.
is discussion on the motion.
We had discussion ad nauseum. And the motion was we are ending discussion now.
No, that's
Call
a
the
second
question.
motion. That's a second motion.
Madam, call
You
the
want me to
question.
take off my
Clerk,
motion
call
off the
question.
floor?
City Attorney,
Uh.
you know damn well that there's a motion on the floor that was just made, and I have every right to have discussion.
There's plenty of discussion.
Call
It's
the
a
question.
different discussion. I have a clarification.
It is your job. Call the question.
Call that question.
My mic is not going over the mayor's. Whenever I
You
have
are,
the opportunity,
there
I
is
will
a
call
point
the
of clarification that will be made. I have every right to do so.
What's the point?
Aren't we? Aren't we a ton of embarrassment here tonight? Welcome to the 2026 shit show.
And
What
this
a way
is your
to start.
banana republic. Call the question.
So the question I have as a point of clarification that has been demanded out of ADRC is that they must have a contract for their $74,000.
And she says she has all those documents.
So, hey.
She says yes.
So I don't care that she said yes. My rest of my comment and question is going to be that the same will happen for Dare to Care. I'm sure it will not be an issue if we're going to be giving $74,000 to charities then they will be giving us contracts and metrics that have been asked for by this commission. Make it equal. And on that note, that
And we
is what it's
also ask
supposed
the
to be,
same
correct?
information for the Chamber of Commerce too, because they're the only ones.
You know what? Don't
Yeah?
go
Let's
throwing
let's
them
focus
in.
on these two.
That was a part of the discussion.
It's not part of the discussion.
Yes, it is.
Charities, generally, yeah,
Charity.
we talked about charities.
So
That
then
has
all
received
charities-
over $250,000 since 1998. This is what was discussed, and I want the record to be
Commissioner
clear.
Bolton, Commissioner Bolton, we have motions.
This is what was
No, no,
discussed,
let
and I
me-
want
let
the
me-
record to be clear.
It's clear.
It is
We have-
clear.
We have a motion second on this item between
This
Delta
specific
Care
item.
and this ADR. Let's have a vote on that. You have directed staff to basically create metrics for any charities that receiving.
No.
Let me-
We've asked that the charity provide their performance metrics.
Correct.
At the end for request for.
That's a direction
renewal.
to staff to.
Right.
Both of them, or anybody over that $75,000 threshold for
can
now,
I-
that we're giving money to? Or is it for any charity that we've given money to? Or we're just keeping it at the two, correct? For right now, we're only talking about Data Care and ADRC, correct?
Point of clarification, I think Commissioner Patterson said
All right,
250,
so-
anyone over
so-
250.
So Mayor Gomez, can I please?
But
There's a motion on the floor.
I asked for.
And per Robert's rule, the motion must be cleared before any discussion, any other discussion is held.
There you
So
go.
at this point, can I please call the roll
Thank
on the
you.
motion on the floor?
At
and
least somebody knows
discussion
the rules.
Continue on the other items.
The other items, no, it was discussion. The motion's still there. The motion hasn't changed. The motion is still to give the
There's
74 and change to vote.
discussion regarding other items that is not a part of the motion.
Right, there's nothing in here about chamber, there's nothing in here about the other places. This is solely on those two items.
By discussion, we talked about charities who have received over $250,000
That's not in this
from
motion.
1998.
That is not in this
Let's-
motion. That
let's-
is what the
Commissioner
clerk
Bolton,
is saying.
Let me, Commissioner Bolton, staff has that direction. The motion to approve the two charities, the 74,000, is on the floor. Second, let's vote on that. But we have the direction.
And you have the direction.
But can I second with a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
And the friendly amendment to the motion on the floor would be that any charity that's been in receipt of $250,000 over the years provide performance measures. That's, so if you can amend the amendment, amend the motion.
Who made the motion?
I'm the maker of the motion
You
and
accept it?
accept Commissioner Patterson's friendly amendment.
And
Second, okay. Let's have the vote.
Mayor, may I?
Let's have the vote.
No, sir.
yes,
No,
you may.
I just want to offer an amendment to the amendment, which is.
Mr. Manager.
You don't have the
No,
authority
let
to do
him
that.
finish. This is a big cluster
It's a
poop because we
suggestion.
can never get anything
So,
done. Because
we
you all
have-
talk over each other.
We're aware that we're going to provide any charity since 1998 over $250,000 donations. We'll provide that list. But in terms of the metrics or the plan, that should only apply to the charities that we're working with. So I have.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. That's what I wanted to
But-
clarify.
But I think what we're saying is that you should be,
Going forward, adopt that process.
well, no, I'm sorry. To remedy that, I believe that the commissioner in his motion says that he wants a contract. So we will be renewing based on something.
That's
I mean,
correct.
something's gonna come. So
Understood.
I'm fine with,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that
For
that's
both
necessary.
entities.
Yep, understood.
Yeah, I don't know that that's necessary if now we are gonna have a process and we will be approving how charities that are being funded. So if there is an agreement that's gonna be instituted, in order for us to approve their request for additional funding, we would need something, I would imagine.
And this is not the ones
I
that
don't
we
need
give
to-
out of the monies that we give, the 8,000. This is separate, this is city-funded, not,
Commissioner Wright, at the start of his commentary, said that this is urgent, that ADRC needs this money because of federal dollars that is being pulled down. Am I correct? That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay.
So we need to-
So
go ahead.
attorney, you're going to put this in a resolution format, and that resolution format directs the city manager to disperse the money to ADRC. This also authorizes the city manager to disperse money to Dare to Care. In the future, any other future payments to these charities need to have a contract. It's simple.
Correct. So let me confirm, the motion second will be converted to a resolution to allow these entities to get the money in an expedited fashion, correct? From tonight.
Yes.
And you don't need an invoice. What you need an invoice for? There's direction.
Okay.
Anyway, that's
We-
irrelevant.
we-
City
we-
Clerk, you now can call the roll.
Yes, this will be converted into a resolution to expedite.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done. We have item 11B, discussion and consensus to reschedule the November 11, 2026 regular commission meeting being presented by our city clerk, Kimberly Dillon. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. For this item, the November 11, 2026 meeting has fall on Veterans Day, and so I'm just looking for consensus from the body to reschedule the meeting to either Tuesday, November 10th, or Thursday, November 12th.
Let me check my calendar because I'm busy.
Either day works for me.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I think we should also consider the election and the swearing in and the timeline after the election, so maybe we can,
Oh, we'll have lots of changes.
So, City Manager, are you suggesting that we look at those dates and bring a date back to the commission in specific?
so that maybe we consider the following week, November 16th.
I mean, election day is November 3rd.
Right.
So
But it
we-
won't be
we-
certified
Right.
for about 10 days,
The
I believe.
13th.
Yeah.
But the old mayor will still be
Doesn't.
here. I mean, the old elected officials will still be here. It doesn't matter.
But I think we have some timelines that requires us to certify and swear in.
So after the election, usually we receive the results from the county supervisor for elections office within 10 days. And our code states that we need to have the swearing-in ceremony.
Madam Clerk and Manager.
Let her finish.
But
Please
we-
finish.
We're discussing an item that makes no sense. The commission meeting that is scheduled for November 11th would happen regardless of if Commissioner Wright loses his election or Mayor Gomez loses her election. They're still going to be seated on that day. The changes come at the December meeting because there's no other meeting in November.
We have
So
a
you're
November meeting that needs to be changed to either
So,
November
Commissioner,
10th
Vice
or
Mayor.
And
November 12th.
we're saying December 10th because the election does not
Vice
matter.
Mayor, I don't think that's what the city manager is saying. Based on the elections, we have to have a special meeting after the elections to certify the results. And so if we're rescheduling the meeting of the 11th, what the city manager was proposing is that we probably just make it into one meeting and have that special meeting. However, city manager, we cannot do that. Our code states that we need to either reschedule 3 days prior or 3 days after. And so we cannot use that special date.
So
at this
back
time-
to Tuesday, November 10th, or Thursday, November 12th.
Or 12.
And I'm saying November 10th.
So we've got Commissioner Patterson, who says she does not care. We've got Commissioner Bolton, Vice Mayor Bolton, who says November 12th.
November 10th.
10th. You want Tuesday, Tuesday?
The morning or night?
You want Tuesday?
The tent doesn't work for me.
Okay, 10th doesn't work for you.
Okay, so we have two people that says.
So then,
Yes.
what
and
about
then-
Monday, the 9th?
Commission.
Because if it doesn't work for somebody for the 10th, it doesn't work for somebody for the 12th, what about November 9th? It's a Monday.
Right, I just need to make sure that that's not a Jewish holiday.
I don't think it's, Hanukkah's later, I think, but it's been Thanksgiving, but.
The 9th is fine.
It'll be a night meeting. It's a 7 PM meeting. We have
So
to
the
have,
9th of November should work. It's a night meeting.
No, it's my wedding anniversary.
you just remember now.
I remember every day. The ring is still on the finger. I mean, it does not work.
Okay, so leaving us
Friday
with
the
Thursday,
13th?
Friday. We're coming in on Friday the 13th at 7 PM?
I'm saying the 10th. Commissioner Patterson says the 10th.
Yes, but Commissioner Wright cannot be here, and since we have,
It's a democracy.
no,
Then we'll never get to a date. It's majority rules.
Before? You called in before. He can call in, no?
friendly group of people. I guess we're doing it on the 10th.
Okay, November 10th.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:21. Run. Have a great evening. Get home safely. We will see you. The next meeting is January 29th. Thank you. I just got with the close. I'll call you in a little bit.